Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives Reverie. We're really excited to see you here 2 weeks in a row. It's like a special holiday gift from us to you. Let's get started the way we always do with a couple introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. I'm your archivist and GM for today. You can find me some places at Nice One James, other places at TTRP Gay. I like to mix it up to be fun. I was also very recently over on Cafe Cultivar, raising money for Project Hope in the holiday season. We hit our goal! Thank you so much to everyone who came out. If you would like to watch the VOD, we did a really fun and silly Kids on Brooms game. That was a great time, so you can find that over at twitch.tv/Cafe Cultivar. It was a great time. Thank you so much. You can also find me here all the time. I live here. This is my house. Welcome. We can't let people know we said. And that's me. I'm going to pass it on over to my good friend Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Strigano.
Oh, just your mic's cutting out bad.
Yeah, it's, you know what? It might just be one of those days.
That's okay.
We're gonna get through it. Yeah, you know where to find me. It's underneath me right there. You can fucking figure it out. I don't know. That's all I got today, folks.
That's okay. It's honestly the perfect amount, and I love you. We'll move on from there to my good friend, Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at College of Lore Dropout or Lore Dropout. You can also find me getting so obsessed about coloring books out of nowhere. They're my new favorite thing. Also I write stuff on the internet, so you can go read that too. I love you! Your hair looks nice.
Oh my god, thank you. That's very nice of you. Damn inspiration. That's a joke. I wish I could do it for compliments. Amazing. We'll move on from there to my good friend, Sweet.
Hello, I am Sweet. You can find me _Sweet Stories most places, except for the places you can't find me _Sweet tweet stories. But I'm there. Just gotta figure it out because I don't remember the handles. But yeah, we're excited. I found my Camille D20 dice. I don't know if I told y'all that, but it was lost for a week and we found it. So everything is right in the world. Everything is solved.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a good day. Also, I forgot to say this off stream, but I like your earrings today.
Oh, thank you. I was, playing Camille, little space babe, so I had to put little earrings on. I don't know what that word means. Anyways, also, I have a little shirt that says "I slay all day." I thought that was very in Camille style as well. So yeah.
That is very good. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We'll move on from there to my good friend Grace.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace. You can find me mostly on Twitter, as we all know, at LMAO Grace with 2 E's, and I just really talk on there all the time. I'm gonna try to cut back my Twitter usage in 2024, so get ready for that. You'll have to find someone else. So jeez. I had something else to say and I can't remember it. Anyways, I'm really excited to be here for the second week in a row. Once I eat something, I'm going to be normal, I swear to God. I'm just thinking about food right now. Anyways, you all look so sweet. I'm so excited you're here. Okay.
And I'm so excited you're here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And last but never least, my good friend Jess.
Hi everybody, I'm Jess, also known as Seriously everywhere on the internet. It's been my username for about 8 years, so if you can't find me at this point, you will never find me. So good luck.
That's phenomenal energy. Thank you so much. Also, my good friend Miller is stream producing for us today. Miller, put your socials in the chat. Everyone clap for Miller and tell them they're doing a great job because they're slaying. That is the energy we need today. Thank you so much. And that's our little group today. We'll move on from there to some announcements. As always, be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places that are either Starlight Tales, but more commonly at Starlight Tales _ because people simply won't give us the handle, and it's fine. You can find us on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube for VODs of all of our old shows. You can come hang out in the Discord. And then also, for weekly updates on our programming, you can either join our Discord or follow our Twitter. That'll be very fun and exciting after the first of the year, so I highly suggest you hop into one of those and keep an eye on the very fun and cool things that we're doing in the next couple months, and I'm very excited about it. Also, Diana absolutely slays on the Twitter. It's a great time over there. I just think maybe you should give it a follow, but that's me. Also, if you have a couple extra pennies this holiday season and want to give it to your favorite gay people who live in your computer, we have a Patreon. We do some very, very fun content every month, exclusive content from live streams to readings to AU chapters. This month we had an Ambrose playlist that I'm very proud of, and it's very cool over there. If you can't support us there, that's okay. We still love you. If you're already supporting us there, thank you so much for being there. It truly is the way that we make content like this happen, and we're very glad that you're here supporting us. And if you're just here watching, supporting us, thank you for being here supporting us. That's great too. Also, if this holiday season you're looking to gift perhaps a gay person in your life with some beautiful dice, you should head on over to Die Hard Dice for incredible dice and TTRPG accessories. Be sure to put in code STARLIGHT10 at checkout for 10% off your order, and we get a couple extra pennies to save up to buy ourselves dice too, or I guess responsible business things, but mostly dice. That's a joke. Also, our music today is made by Michael Gelfi Studios. You can find them on Spotify, Bandcamp, and their own website. They make some great stuff. You should go check them out for your own tables at home. We have merch, including the most comfortable crewneck sweater in the world that we all talk about at least once at every team meeting that we have. And I just think it's a great gift to yourself or someone else this holiday season if you're looking for just a cozy, cozy sweater. Also, and I'm talking a lot about gifts this holiday season. I hope you're not doing this, you're shopping this late, but if you are, that's okay and I support you. If you're looking for gifts in the sense of art and you're looking at our beautiful art on the screen and you're like, man, I wish I could have that, but with my little guy, I have great news for you. Jess and TT's commissions are open, and they do really beautiful, incredible work, and you should support them because they're great people, and we love them here on the channel. Last little announcement. As you may have guessed, holiday stuff coming up. We're going to take a little holiday break that we do every year. So unfortunately, after today, you will have to wait until January 10th to see our beautiful shining faces again. So be sure to really soak it up. And if you're watching this from the future, hello, I hope things are good there. You can disregard this. But we'll be back on January 10th for more gay fae content and everything else on Starlight Tales, and we'll be really happy to see you there. If you celebrate the holidays, happy holidays. We hope you have a wonderful winter break from school, from Starlight Tales school. And if you don't, I just hope you have a really nice rest of the year. And I think that's all the announcements. Does anybody have anything I forgot? Nice, that's always the best news. I got an A+ in talking a lot. Then I think without further ado, we can all settle in, get comfortable, get a snack for tonight's chapter of Tales from the Archives, Reverie.
I'm such a white chocolate girly. Oh my god. Proud of you. The what? No. Arlo, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, I need to go look at it. Yes. Okay. On that incredible note, yeah. We're good? Ready to go back? Alright, guys. Y'all are gonna be back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ka-chow.
Welcome back. Was that Ka-chow public, Miller? Incredible. A special holiday gift.
Our
from
whole conversation
Miller
was
to you.
public from chat.
Oh. Well,
They're talking about white chocolate in the chat. Hey, everybody.
hi, folks. Well, there you go. I guess we don't have to shout out Arlo now, our good friend Arlo, who I was going to say that you are also kind of the server tagging them. Arlo, if you're watching this on YouTube from the future, we missed you, and it's okay, and I'm glad you're getting some good sleep. Sorry you heard all that. Glad everything we said was actually normal for
I
once
think it was
in
just
Star's
Milla.
history. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Woo.
thank God.
Amazing.
Well,
Horrifying. On that note, let's talk a little bit about the last time that we saw our party, and we were here just last week, which is crazy to think about. The last time we caught up with our curious courtiers, we found our party separately preparing to meet with Wisteria beneath the weeping tree at midnight. And while much of the party looked after preparations like enchantments and secret conversations with the Dreamer, Elise used their magic key that belongs only to royal archivists to peer into the history of Threadweaver and discovered more information about its origins, as well as a list of discovering shortly after that Luca had slipped into the dreaming when they weren't looking. Elise also made sure that her first moments back were good ones, and supported her friend through the emotional crisis of encountering the Dreamer for the first time. Who hasn't been there? You know what I mean? From there, our party finished the last of their preparations and made their way to the Weeping Tree, finally coming face to face with the not quite so missing Wisteria. They found out that Wisteria knew her mom was worried, but didn't feel like it was safe to come home while working for the Dreamer, and has sworn knight to what she called their queen, no less. After a short back and forth in which Wisteria made the depth of her contempt for Ambrose, and, for similar reasons, Lark, quite clear, our party suddenly found themselves with an open invitation to step foot into the dreaming, or a piece of it, anyway. Stepping through the portal in the trunk of the Weeping Tree, each member of our party experienced the magic of the dreaming for the first time, though a couple not quite for the first time. And each of them came face to face with the Dreamer, who, seemingly for the first time, seemed strong enough to be somewhat face to face with them as well. And while for some, the dreaming opened its arms to them like they were finally coming home, Lark and Aelia received a much colder reception. In an effort to find common ground, however, and after a fair amount of back and forth, the Dreamer took a chance on Lark and told them a bit about the family history that Ambrose had never shared. They told him of Lark's grandfather, who fell so in love with the dreaming that he scorned everything else, until Ambrose himself led the people of Everglen willing to leave into a new age, and locked the past and those who remained there behind. And as our party walks from the Weeping Tree to head back in the few hours of decompression between now and parfait coffee decomp time, we're going to follow my good friends Lark and Aelia on their walk back to their chambers. Do you think you are talking about anything on the way back? Is this like a shocked silence walk back? What's the energy? Tell me about it.
I feel like a little bit shocked side walk, probably.
Sure. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think Lux dissociates.
Yep, I think I kind of
that's chill.
just I'm steering them very much.
Yeah. I think they
And you know
almost like
what?
have a hand like on the top of like Handsome's head as to almost like
No, it's bad. You're touching the dog
God.
willingly.
Oh, fuck.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Oh,
God, I
shit.
broke him. That's actually the saddest thing you could have said to me. Thank you so much, Jess. I really appreciate that. Although I'm sure you'll find ways to say something sadder to me at some point. Yes, you guys are walking back. It is sort of like just before daybreak at this point. And so, you know, every now and then there's like people walking through the estate. The guards are still out. You see Virion and Farah still out at the front, looking a little more tired, especially Farah, than they were, but still stationed there. You see like kind of like castle staff beginning to go about their days, you know, like people kind of very slowly and sleepily meandering in the direction of the kitchens. The estate and the court itself are just kind of starting to wake up. And as you walk through fairly easily, not really bothered by anyone because again it is so empty and people are sleeping in just a little bit today. You kind of like step into the section of the castle that is reserved for just the family. And I think kind of in the middle of this hallway on the way into your chambers, you both see Flora, Queen of Everglen and Lark's mother, kind of like wrapped in her like, I can't think of a better way to phrase it than flowy MILF robe, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that phrasing.
Yeah.
There could have been a nicer way to phrase it, but my brain couldn't
No, it's
find one.
perfect.
It's like a pale pink wrapped very tightly around her with like arms crossed, and it's just like more gracefully than most people would stress pace at about 4:15 a.m., but is still kind of pacing back and forth. And when kind of hears the door open to this section as you all walk in, we'll look up, and I think both of you can see at a glance that doesn't look like she's slept this evening. And we'll look up and see you and just, oh, good morning. Where are you both coming from so early? If you don't mind me asking.
Dog walk.
Make a deception check to your mom, please. I'll give you advantage because the dog is here. And
The
Alien
dog's
is
here and he's walking.
Can you imagine if the dog wasn't there?
But Tavia was.
But Tavia is, yeah.
Oh shit, we have to be here with us. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You do have Tavia with you.
It's not. I rolled. I did.
Baby
I had advantage, right? That's a 13.
I believe. Yeah. 13. So the thing is about
God.
this is it's your mom, and I did roll a dirty 20. And so I think you see as Flora, who was not someone who often like hides their emotions necessarily, just turns them into something more pleasant, kind of like stops and looks at the both of you and like what you're wearing, and then kind of like inclines their head just slightly to Tavia behind you, who is like hands in their pockets staring at the ground, trying to make himself so small and not noticeable in this moment. Chooses not to comment on this instead and goes, right. Well, I'm apologies for interrupting your walk.
It's no interruption. Is everything all right? You're up rather early.
Everything is fine. In truth, I came in the hopes that maybe I was kind of following you here in this moment, Lark. You might be willing to speak with your father. He didn't come to bed last night and seemed
No.
just doesn't seem himself lately. And I thought maybe if you ask instead of me, something new might come of it. If not, I completely understand. I will be fine, and I'm certain he will.
So what did Flora say? He hadn't been to bed or something, or
He didn't come to bed last night, and he has not been himself today.
okay.
And I think you can very clearly see the worry on Flora's face. Not like fear, but just concern.
I think, like, Locke spends a good few seconds in silent panic, which is so walled behind, like, their own expression that they just look kind of blank.
Sure.
And then finally a little bit of, like, confusion breaks through and they frown. And they say, and you think he'd want to speak to me over you?
think sometimes it's good for other people to show that they see your, I don't know what the feeling is necessarily. Suffering is a strong word. I think I spent a lot of time looking after your father. Perhaps a new Oscar might
And I should
help.
do more.
Not do more. You do. Kind of like, I think, crosses the distance in this moment and just like hesitates and then very gently kind of like pushes some of your hair back and like holds your cheek with one hand. Not more. You do so much already. I'm worried for him, is all. I've already asked a few times, today and tonight, if he's alright, with not much luck.
I think that Aelia will kind of squeeze Lark's arm a little bit. Perhaps there is something about his situation that you might be able to glean that would only be shared with, well, someone soon to take the position.
Where is he right now?
He's in the Hall of Memory, which you would know is the it's in this wing of the castle, and it's the section that is all stained glass and depicts a lot of like Everglen's history.
I think they pull away from Flora, like, to break that kind of contact, and then they turn to Aelia and kind of like return the squeeze. I'll be back soon.
Could it... Don't you want to take a moment, and kind of will turn back to Flora. Is this something urgent, or is this something that could perhaps wait until a little bit later in the day?
I think make me an insight check.
Okay. Oh, that's good. What's my insight? 19.
19. I think in this moment you see Flora's desire to not be an imposition and a burden to her son, fighting with her concern in this
Gotcha.
moment. I am certain that your father will be fine if you need to rest. I don't want to impose. You know what? I'm sorry for interrupting your morning. I'm certain it's fine.
Please don't apologize. Lark, would you like to help me put away the handsome for just a moment, and then we can figure out our day?
Sure.
Right.
And I think here Flora just kind of like presses their lips together a little bit and gives you like a kind but still like a nod that tells you that she still kind of feels like shit about it, and will just kind of like hug herself a little tighter and right. If you need anything, I'll be in my rooms, so.
Right. I actually have a few things, just matters with the ball and a few other things, so I probably will, at some point today, call upon you if that's all right.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, I will, in truth, be awake because I struggle to sleep without my husband next to me, so if you'd like company at any point, I will be there.
Right. You'll hear from me soon. Thank you.
Of course. And we'll just kind of linger for half a second and look at you, Lark, and just kind of give you like another nod, and we'll turn and walk down. It's only like a couple doors away between your chambers and theirs. And we'll step in, and you see the door is like left ajar just a little bit.
Shall we step somewhere privately for a moment?
And Lark just starts walking towards their quarters.
Right.
I think Tavia from behind you guys kind of sorry, and I'm assuming I'm back to my my pretty cage, and you don't need me for this. I don't really know.
I know that you mentioned needing your rest, so please just give us a bit.
No worries. It turns to you, Lark. When you get ready to go, just let me know, because, I'm hold up the hand with the ring. So.
Yeah. Sure.
Good night. Okay. And just, like, makes a face that is so clearly, like, viscerally uncomfortable, and will just turn and walk through the door across the hallway from yours. And close the door. It's just the two of you and Handsome.
I think that Alia kind of takes her cloak off, hangs it up on the hook by the door, is gonna go to, like, the middle of their sitting room and find, like, a nice carpeted spot, and just kind of, like, lay down on his back and call Handsome over to, like, weighted blanket himself. Because and kind of just takes a minute to lay down.
Yeah, absolutely. Handsome will jump up in an instant and, like, little paws on one on each of your shoulders, head just under your chin, and will just stretch out on you.
Locke, would you like to sit?
In truth, I don't think I'll get up again if I do that, so kind of just, like, the most they do is, like, lean against the back of the door and kind of, like, hug their elbows. So I shouldn't go speak to my father, tell him everything I know, and demand the truth from him?
I wish I had a clear answer. I don't know. Is that what you want to do?
I don't know. I don't think I ever had much of an idea who he was, but now I really don't know. Everything I thought I knew has informed everything I do. How I behave, how I strategize, how I exist. And now I don't know.
Which part of this has... I'm sorry, it's a lot to wrap my head around. Which part of this has broken that illusion for you? I'm just trying to understand.
All of it, none of it.
Well, I think that we have been given more information, given valuable information. I still feel like it's incomplete. Like there are pieces of it that we don't even know the shape of them to look for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do think that perhaps before telling him what you've been told, that there are maybe a few other avenues we should explore first, just to have all of our ducks in a row. Because if this is... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you can. I don't want to say it.
Just that if what the dreamer has told us is true, which I believe it is from their point of view, then that does confirm few concerns that I have about, well, a rather large government cover-up that probably involves other high-ranking officials in court, as well as people to do the dirty work, because, we have a dignitary from a foreign government in the other room, given the runaround for months when they came to us, concerned that another former high-ranking official from our government had gone missing in relation to all of this, and somehow none of that made it to anyone's ears, and your father's a very powerful man. I think that if he did this, I don't think he did it himself. And I don't think he's maintaining it by himself. I think that there's someone else at this court who knows something.
Yes, you're right.
And I think that if you go and tell him now, then I think that any semblance of trust that we might be able to establish with this other entity will be lost. And I don't know which of those eventualities scares me more.
I think what scares me most is hearing it from his side and agreeing with him. I know. I've always known that part of being a king is making impossible choices, and maybe this was one he had to make.
It's possible. It's very possible. And I think that you're right. I don't... We'll know the whole truth until we have whatever piece of it he's been keeping to himself.
Okay.
But I also think that he is very good at justifying some rather cruel decisions. And I don't know if we'll know which one this is, like I said, until we know, but I don't know. I'm trying not to treat either possibility as reality right now, because we just don't know.
I stand against him. Everyone I love is in danger.
Lark, I think Aelia kind of will sit up and kind of let Handsome to the side. Lark, you have done nothing but what he has asked of you your entire life, and that has never stopped him before.
Right.
There is a reason that I am here, and you can tell, like, she's really, like, turning these words over in her mind and is not saying this with any intention of hurting them, but, like, she's gonna hurt anyway. There's a reason that I am here.
God.
Oh, there's a reason that I'm here, and Lavender is not. My You followed his instructions. Letter didn't stop him.
I'm gonna go speak to him.
All right. I'll probably talk to Flora at this point.
I feel
I
like
love
I was
you.
quite cold with her.
We're both exhausted. And I think she understands.
I love you too. Okay.
All right.
If I'm not back in an hour, send the pirate to search for me when he has a sword.
Ironic.
I know. Trust me.
Well, they've behaved themselves thus far, at least.
What's worrying me?
I know. Well,
I think they like force a smile, which always like cracks their face. It does not belong there right now. And they give you like a little sardonic little like bow.
He kind of gives a little half curtsy.
And then leaves the room.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start heading that way. Alia, just so I have my brain in the
Yeah.
right place, are you going to go talk to Flora now, or is that a later plan? The door was left open.
The door was left open. I feel like she's doing real bad. So I can go do that now.
Cool. Okay, we will follow Lark. I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure if I went, and we'll check it back in with Alia. Alia wasn't going to be like conked out. You know what I mean?
No, that's okay. She's gonna
Good
get up and get changed to put her face on and all that. But,
very brave.
Yeah.
Amazing. Then we will stick with Lark for the moment.
I think they're just
Lark-
gonna knock lightly on Tavia's door before they head off.
Yeah, you give it a knock, and you don't hear any kind of movement inside, but like a tasteful 5 seconds goes by, and then Tavia opens the door and is standing there. You get the sense Tavia has been just standing by the door. And I think Tavia kind of like puts an elbow in the door frame and leans against it and goes, "Hey, fancy meeting you here. Been a long time."
You've just been standing outside the door.
Why would I do that? You think people just stand by and wait for you to come back?
No, that's not what. Never mind. That's twisting the ring. That should. I'm leaving now, so.
Okay. You kind of like, I think, sticks their head out of the hallway and looks down to kind of like the archway that it's like not super far. Do you want me to come and just like kind of stand nearby.
Yes, that would be a great idea, actually. I think I should bring the person who broke into my quarters, who my father thinks should be in a prison cell right now, with
Uh-huh.
me for this
Maybe he'll like
incredibly
me. I'm
important
a very likable
mission.
person. So.
Yes.
I mean, with
Well,
this pretty face, I don't know.
welcome to try another time.
I meant more, do you want me to come, like, stand outside in the hallway in case something terrible happens? Unless, do you want me to come in and negotiate and parlay with your father?
There are very few forces on this earth that will stop my father from doing what he wants. No disrespect. I don't think you are yet one of them. But I appreciate the offer.
Okay. Then I'll stay here?
Yep.
Alright. And I won't wait by the door for you to get back, because people don't do that. So.
Okay.
Okay. Good seeing you.
Good night.
Good night, Lark. And we'll kind of, like, ease off the doorway and close the door.
Okay.
And yeah, are you just heading straight down to the Hall of Memory?
Yep.
And I'm assuming you are increasing the radius so Tivia does not get elastic yanked into the wall. Cool. Yeah, absolutely. So you can walk down. It's like at the end of this hallway that you're in, so it is not at all far. As you kind of make your way down this hall and doors pass by with like guest rooms and royal rooms and like childhood rooms that have been outgrown, you kind of reach this like archway with a door that is already ajar. And standing outside, you recognize Knight Azalea, she any pronouns. Azalea is captain of the King's Guard and sworn personal protector to both the king and the queen. You see, so Azalea is this like very broad, very muscled figure. Has like medium brown skin, most of which, not that a ton is exposed under this armor, but most of their skin is covered in these like kind of like red clay colored patterns of swirling vines and leaves. Has very dark brown eyes with a surprising amount of like softness, very thick, tightly curled hair that's like that really, really dark brown that's almost black. And today it's pulled back in two tight Dutch braids. And from the top, kind of two very thin little feathered antennae spring forward. They have a set of just huge, beautiful moth wings in shades of brown and orange. And their armor is gleaming. And tonight, as always, you would know Azalea takes very good care of their things. Is immaculate gold and emblazoned with the symbol of the oaks. There's like a shining enchanted layer of chainmail that is sort of like just barely peeking out that you would know most of the other guards don't have. As Azalea, as personal protector to the king and queen, has to be just a little bit more armored in their day-to-day. You see there's like two shining gold bracers, this royal blue cloak that also gives off this like slight hum of magic energy, and a really big fuck-off greatsword. And I think you see Azalea is like standing at attention, but like shoulders are kind of touching the wall behind and is like kind of pretending that she's not leaning against the wall, but is leaning a little bit. Like elbow very casually propped up on the hilt of this sword that's tucked in at their side. Other arm kind of tucked in on top of that. And I think you see like the weight of sleep that Azalea is trying not to show. It is very unusual for Azalea to be up this late. But I think as Zay kind of see you approaching, will like stand up a little more. The armor like jingles slightly with the like quickness of standing to attention. And will look at you and like give you a very formal nod and stand. Your Highness, I wasn't expecting you. Sorry for the long night.
Not your fault. I take it he's inside.
Yes. Asked me to head to bed a few hours ago, but I think you see Azalea very clearly searching for words for a moment. I thought with the recent events it was best if he wasn't alone. And I think you see almost reflected like Flora's worry, similarly. in their eyes. Just much, much more guarded, but...
Very kind of you.
It's the job. So.
Why don't I see if I can have a chat with him and maybe you might get some sleep tonight?
With just like a hint of a half smile, kind of gives you another very like formal bow and says, if that's what you think is best, Your Highness.
Wish me luck.
You don't need it. And we'll kind of like straighten a little bit and give you a very like appreciative look. Even though Azalea is one of the more friendly with the family guards, has a Rosex, and will kind of like give you like a nod that is friendly and warm, and will walk off a little slower than necessary down the hallway, as if they are perhaps waiting for a change of mind or anything like that. But we'll start walking. The door to this hallway is a little bit ajar. You don't hear anything from the inside. And yeah.
I go inside.
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of reach a hand out and ease the door open. You have been in the Hall of Memory before, but I don't think you've ever been at this specific time of day, as the light is like just barely beginning to break the horizon. I think normally when you've been in here, it's like midday, and so the two walls of just pure stained glass are like lit beautifully with sunshine and send like fractals of differently colored light across. But it's darker outside, and so it's darker in here. And I think, like there are a few panes of glass that are a little more well lit with like the very last remnants of moonlight, and the very beginnings of dawn on each side. But it's still much darker in this room. There's a couple panes that like have cast a little bit of light, but for the most part, it is very dim in here. And I think you see kind of like, this is a decently long hallway, and both sides of the glasses, depict important people or moments in Everglen's history. A lot of which I think you don't really recognize or know. You would know you have a pane in here. All of the Oak's children, when they come of age, get a pane of glass in here. Flora has a pane of glass, Astra has. So there are things that you recognize here. But I think there are certain things that you don't, and I think if you have ever asked about that, it's very much been a like, that's old history type thing. So I think in this moment it occurs to you that if you are looking for any corroboration, you might find something here hidden in this glass, but it would take a very stealthy check because your dad is in here. And I think you see kind of like 3/4 of the way down this hallway a figure that I think at first you probably don't recognize as your father, because you have never seen Ambrose anything other than like upright, shoulders straight, well dressed. But the Ambrose that you see here is like kind of has like one shoulder leaning against the wall, like formal jacket, kind of like very carefully folded but on the ground, like top button undone, holding in one hand like a very nice like crystal glass, with like a half empty, like like the fancy like crystal decanters that rich people have that they put their alcohol in. One of those is on the ground and the top is off and laying down on the floor. And you see your father just kind of reclining here, like staring at the glass. And I don't think he looks over as you enter.
What pane of glass is he looking at? What is depicted?
I think from if you're like in the doorway, you are probably a good like 15-ish feet from him. And it is constant glass, but I think what you see, what is he looking at tonight? I think the section of glass that you see is the one that specifically like focuses on the Oak's children, like your siblings. I realize I have to be more specific than that. And I think you see a very familiar section of this glass, in which there is like a large tree made out of these like greens and browns, of just like very intricately pieced together glass. And you see like, you can't tell which he's looking at, but there are like silhouettes of each of you essentially kind of like surrounding this tree out on the sides. And you know that like yourself is there, and Rose is still there, and Laurel and Lavender are there, and like most of the surrounding area is like embellishment so that as the family grows, new sections for new members can be added in when they come of age. but is very much looking at this section that is you guys and Flora specifically.
I think when Lark clocks that, I think they're kind of like taking a couple steps into the room and it makes them pause. And I think like a little ripple of summer kind of like washes through their hair.
Yeah.
And they have to like spend a couple seconds to like get control of it again.
Sure.
And then they just very quietly clear their throat.
I think you see Ambrose's like chin kind of turning in your direction, but eyes stay fixed for like a second, and then will turn and falls on you, and very clearly, like, I think you see surprise kind of flit across his features, as if he did not expect this to be you, and perhaps expected it to be Azalea, with a very like kind, hey, you should go to bed kind of sentiment, but instead sees you, and like you kind of watch his features go from like an expression and a feeling that you don't recognize into something more like, not cold, but formal, like a defense mechanism almost, and will look at you and pushes off from the wall and strides the wall and goes, Lark, is everything all right?
I was coming to ask you the same thing.
And I think looks at you for a second, and you can almost hear the gears in his head turning, and finally the gears in his head spell out, my wife. And will just kind of look at you and, like, blinks a little, and shoulders, like, sag just slightly more into the, like, kind of relaxed position they were in a moment ago. He goes, right. I am perfectly fine. And if I am sure you have had a long day and would like sleep, kind of like squints at the side where the like sunlight is beginning to filter in, clocks the time that you are here and the fact that you are like formally dressed, chooses not to comment on it. So if you would like to return to your wife, I assure you I will be fine and return to your mother in a moment. Don't want to keep you from your rest.
Well, I haven't been sleeping much myself lately.
I think like looks at you and waits to see if you want to elaborate on that. Not in like a demanding way, just in a...
They don't.
I think after a few minutes, Ambrose kind of like looks at you and nods, and like kind of glances down at the decanter and goes, I didn't think to bring another glass, but you are welcome to some. You want company this morning?
Has Lark ever seen their father like up late drinking before?
I don't think you really see Ambrose like drink outside of like maybe like a glass of wine at dinner and like, you know, a tasteful flute of champagne at celebratory events. But like, this is like, it's almost like it's not your father in this moment. The way he's standing, the way he's dressed.
I think
this is the most human you have ever seen your father look.
Hate that. I think Lark looks down at the decanter, looks back up at Ambrose, and like relaxes their like schooled expression a little bit to like raise an eyebrow at them and just say, are we celebrating something?
No, see, if you don't go to bed, it's not technically the morning, and so it's still a tasteful hour to have it and wallow in your losses. So
right. Don't think I've ever seen you wallow.
I do it in private, like a distinguished game.
Ah.
And I think here, Ambrose looks at you for a moment, and like, I think this is an expression you recognize as like searching your face and body language for something, but in a much like less cold way than he's ever done it. Like, normally when he does this, I think you are used to him looking for something wrong. And in this moment, it doesn't look like he's looking for something wrong. It just looks like he's looking for something. And and I think looks at you, not finding his answer, basically, and just, you had any losses recently? Anything today?
I'm gonna make another check to try and fight this second ripple of summer that I think goes through. That's a
Sure.
4.
Yeah, I don't think you managed to fight it. I think it's not so much a ripple as it is you feel like a couple flowers begin to sprout towards the crown of your head.
What What are we ruminating on tonight, if you care to share?
And I think you see again, Ambrose, thinking for a moment and weighing options and still searching for something that I think that you even with a check cannot decipher until well, let me see, how is he feeling? I'll roll for it. Yeah, I think after a moment you see him sort of reach a conclusion that doesn't please him and kind of takes a breath and looks at you and says, I'm not sure if this is going to make sense to you, but if I said the name Oliver, would that have meaning to you?
Oh no! Can I insight check?
Sure.
Oh, that's okay. 17.
17, what are you looking for?
I think I'm trying. Me, Jess, and probably Lark. Also, I'm trying to discern whether the name Oliver is is Ambrose someone with their memory of Oliver entirely intact, or is distressed by the fact that they are fighting with memories they can't recall.
I think in this moment it's very clear that Ambrose fully knows who Oliver is and is trying to figure out if you have been exempted from this magic.
I think there is such surprise on Lark's face because they didn't consider Ambrose as someone who would be left intact with these memories.
Sure.
I don't think they cover it in time, but I think that expression on Lark's face tells Ambrose everything they need to know.
Yeah. I think Ambrose kind of, then I think we are not celebrating today. And I think kind of this half empty glass hesitates and half holds it out to you. Not demanding, just sort of offering.
I think there's a stretch of silence that's just a little too long to be natural. Yeah. And then finally they take it, but they're keeping a very level gaze, holding Ambrose
Sure.
No, not quite a celebration.
No. And I think kind of here looks back at the glass. And I think for the first time, as you look at Ambrose looking at this pane of glass, you recognize, and I think it's a feeling that maybe not here, but in this castle you have come to understand well, which is the feeling of looking for signs in the world that a hurt that you're feeling is there when the world doesn't reflect it, and looks at this tree of his family. That is you and your siblings, his family, with something that is almost like longing. I thought they would be, I don't know. This family, this blood. We are a attempted line of kings. I guess I hoped if I put Oliver on the path maybe he would be able to resist it in ways that I never have. Ways that I hope that you will be able to. Apparently I was wrong. It's not a feeling I am often used to. So.
Resist what exactly?
The temptation of power. Of being able to take the thing it is that you have always wanted. The temptation of using Threadweaver.
My sanity check. Has Ambrose mentioned the name Threadweaver to Lark before, or was that only Oliver?
I don't think so. I believe that was just Oliver.
I take it you still haven't been able to locate this item.
The artifact?
Yes.
Shakes his head. That was the contract I made with Oliver. Clearly he found it, just didn't find it more important to return than to use. To come up with a new plan, I suppose. I should have trusted you with it, and I didn't, and I apologize for that.
So, what now?
Do you want the king answer or the father answer?
I think I've ever been given a choice before.
First time for everything.
Both.
Well, as your king, of course, we will. And I think here you see, like, an almost like. The tone that Ambrose takes is almost like loathing. I think not directed at you, but like it gets much colder. Of course, we will regroup and make a new plan that will make sure that Everglen never suffers again, and we'll do so without fail. As your father, I don't know, Lark. I fear that putting Threadweaver in any of our paths in this family, myself included, would be putting us on the path to destruction. Because, except maybe for you, maybe, I have never met a single Oaks, those who are still here and others, who has ever been able to resist the temptation of the things that they want. And you have never put yourself first in your whole life, and so maybe that makes you better than all of us. But temptation wins out eventually, for most of us. But clearly my judgment was flawed with Oliver, so maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I can't help you unless I know what's going on.
And
What's
I think
really
you're like
going on.
finally pulls his eyes from the glass and looks at you. And I think you see, like, an openness that you have never seen on his face before. And I think in a way that almost like you're not sure how real it is, but I think gives you the impression, maybe for the first time in your life, that you can ask questions that you have. And just kind of like looks at you with honestly something kind of close to like fatherly affection.
Ugh.
And I mean, there's grief in there too. There's a lot of feelings kind of sitting in Ambrose's face right now, but it is the warmest he has looked in a long time.
Okay.
What do you want to know?
Well, first, who do you think has taken Threadweaver? What do you think they want it for? You must have some idea.
I think whoever took it is a very skilled master of the magic that makes up this realm, so much so that they were able to slip in and out of it and disguise themselves with the ease that it was not detected by any of the Inquisitors and even myself. And I think there are not many people in the galaxy who could do that. But as to who specifically, there are many people here and other places that would be glad to see the realm of the Oaks fall. And in truth, I don't yet know which of them has managed to grab a hold of perhaps the most powerful weapon that could ever be used against us. The one that might actually be able to do it. Whoever it is has hidden it well. That's for sure. And I think you see honesty, like without even a check. You don't get the sense that this is Ambrose picking words to hide things. This is like Ambrose does not know who has this.
It's been in our possession for a long time, yes.
Not long in the grand scheme of things. We've had it for, gosh, a few years. Less than a decade.
Where did we get it from?
Make me a persuasion check with advantage, if you don't mind.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I think in this moment you see him like, there's a hint of that guard that goes up, and then he very pointedly takes it down for you. And I think looks at you and breaks your eye contact a little bit and looks down and says, Alexander, who you would know references the Viscount Alexander Canterbury, who I think you would know handles Ambrose's dirty work and the things that Ambrose doesn't want his name on. Not always like bad things, but just kind of things that are better if they don't come from a king. And I think kind of like looks at the floor, and I specifically on that like decanter, just idly, Alexander was able to negotiate with a group of individuals who were eager for power, not in the magic artifact sense, but in the connections sense. They liberated it from the hands of the spinsters of Afrista. And sort of went back and forth a bit due to, it's not very important, but someone in the group whose intentions were not as they seemed. And but eventually, that group brought it to him, and it was hidden away in our treasury for safekeeping. was a time when King Ashura had it, but was removed very quickly from our not quite enemy, but not quite friend.
You know, other than earlier, the last time it was used?
Does he know? That's a great question. I think there was a lot of kind of unclear folklore in that particular department. Some people think it was used in a conspiracy theory sense, but I believe the only was during the fabled fight against the god Thunder. As far as I know, it has not been used until today, but could be wrong. Not really my area of historical expertise, so
Do I
never
believe
hear.
him?
So. Yeah.
Right. Not a lot to go on, is it?
No. It's not. I think, unfortunately, maybe the only way we will find it, if there is any hope of finding it before it is used against us, as I'm sure whoever has it is intending to, is to look at our enemies, figure out which one of them has renewed motive to strike now. If there are any.
I think Lark's gonna nod, try and cover this a little bit, kind of nod, turn away, and do a little bit of a circle of the room, and is gonna start looking at the window panes.
Yeah.
And the history that before they weren't able to place, but now might have some idea of.
Sure, make me a perception check with advantage, as you are familiar with this hallway.
26.
26. I think as you kind of walk down, I mean, you see certain figures that I think you recognize but don't often linger on. You see kind of on the other side of the tree from where you are, Rose is there, and on that side of the tree, you see Astra and stained glass constellations, which I think you probably, correct me if I'm wrong, don't linger on often because it is painful to look at, as it is for most people. I think you see kind of meandering towards the side of this that is mostly historical events and people you don't recognize. The 26. I think you see these areas are a lot more unclear, not in the clear glass sense, but in there was a lot more filigree and embellishment and stuff on here, almost as if somebody went through and made sure that these events were a little harder to notice past, ooh, pretty. And I think you see a castle that you don't recognize that's sort of put together in pieces of blue and purple, and have covered in trees almost entirely with kind of silver moonlight down on it, and beneath it you see a figure bearing a crown with a few other figures without features kind of behind, walking almost away from it towards the metaphorical camera of the glass, towards the viewer. And there is, on some of them, there's little glass, the only word I can think of is like fake scrolls with years on them or names on them. There's nothing here to indicate that. I think you see kind of some of the other figures that in the past you have seen and it hasn't registered and you've just assumed was just a guy that you didn't know from a million fucking years ago, since your father is ancient. I think you see there is a depiction of the monarch estate from a long time ago when it was smaller and just being built. And I think that there are like a few spots in here and in other places in the glass where you recognize a figure with sort of like sky blue skin and like dark green hair, often standing adjacent to the figure you assume to be Ambrose, or like next to symbols of like royalty or to butterflies. Sometimes with that figure there are two other figures. There is a like figure whose hair is sort of like depicted in shades of gold, and another whose hair is depicted in shades of like green occasionally. Sometimes those figures are with presumably Ambrose and the other figure with green hairs. Other times they are like completely separate and next to like a tree, kind of similar to your family tree, but not a little different. I think with a 26, just for fun, I think as you're looking, you notice one butterfly. There's a lot of monarch butterflies in this room. There's one butterfly that is blue that I think you have never noticed before, and you don't know if it's because it has changed or if you have just never like thought about it. Is there anything else specifically from the story that you were told that you're looking for?
Yeah, I think Lark is trying to look for evidence of like kings prior to Ambrose.
I don't think you ever see a king that does not look like Ambrose. But that like depiction of the people walking from the castle is fairly close to the start of the hallway. So you get the sense that like maybe piecing together the story and the story being told here in glass, because this is the story of Everglen as you know it, that there might not be documented history of a time when it was something other than Everglen.
Sure.
But I think there are enough pieces here that you think it is possible. At least that pieces of it are true.
Okay. I think Lark does like paces like a slow circle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have a long history and potential enemies are numerous.
Yes. The question is where to start on that very, very, very long list.
How much does Lark... You said that like Lark hasn't really been privy to like ancient history, has kind of been shut down when they've asked about it.
Yeah.
You know, potential like conflicts and enemies and people to be aware of. Is that something that Lark has a lot of information on, or again has kind of been...
Yes and no. I mean, I think you would know that Everglen has been firmly at peace for a long time.
Yeah.
Really as long as you can remember. I mean, I think you would know that like Ashra and the Gloomwild are not exactly allies to Everglen, and like Ashra has never made a move against Ambrose and vice versa, but like it is very not cordial between them, and so like if Ashra ever did anything, it wouldn't be like a huge shock. But like, you know, never any like real conflicts or anything like that. I think like groups of dissenters have come and gone over the years, and I think at this moment, other than like Tenant Crowcolt, I don't think anything like comes to your brain as people that you know who very vocally hate Ambrose and the monarchy here. Like people have definitely come and gone. Yeah. And obviously the Dreamer, but
I wonder if it's a coincidence.
what's that?
People going missing. Artifacts going missing.
Make me a deception check, please.
I'm so good at them.
I believe in you.
That's okay. 21.
a 21 with a natural 1. I think, which is pretty much one of the only things that could have saved you there. I think Ambrose kind of like looks at you for a long moment, and I think something like soft crosses his face for just like so quick that I think in a moment you almost like question if there was actually like genuine softness there because it was gone so quickly. And I think Ambrose kind of like pushes from the wall a little bit and stands and like runs a like kind of, for lack of a better word, like preening hand kind of on his pants, even though there's nothing there. And just, if I've learned anything as king, and I have learned too many in my years, is that few things are a coincidence. Have you uncovered anything in your investigation that would indicate that?
Well, I don't think you'll like my answer.
Why is that?
Because everyone I speak to seem to think that dreaming is responsible.
Ambrose kind of gives like a very thoughtful nod, I think, like not dismissing you, but like running through things in his mind. If somehow that were true, it would mean we are in much more danger than we could imagine. So I respect the things that you found and look forward to continuing to hear the fruits of your labors. If somehow these things are connected, then it's not good for us. So I will continue to look other places in the hopes of yes. Keep me informed, would you?
That's irresponsible.
Keeping your king informed?
No. Being scared of the worst option, so not investigating it.
I'm not scared of it, Lark. You're already investigating it, and I trust you.
Why would the dreaming be so dangerous?
Because unlike the rest of the fabric of this kingdom and this reality that we live in, the dreaming does not play by my rule. When enemies come to our territory, there are defenses that I can use as someone who is tied to the magic of this land in a way that you are, but much, much more, in a way that you will be one day. If somehow this is the dreaming, it's pulling from a power source that is entirely separate and unimaginably powerful. And if somehow, I think, choose his words very carefully, but I think you very easily can read the subtext of if the people in the dreaming, but instead what he says is if those who wish to see the dreaming returned manage to get their hands on Threadweaver, stops, kind of considers everything, and a little bit of that coldness creeps back in, I think, of the coldness that you know, then we will have much bigger problems than lost family members, succession, and the things that we have been dealing with these last years. We will have problems of survival for this entire kingdom.
That seems like a big hole we don't have defenses for. A big area of knowledge I have little of. All prior lines of questioning in this regard have been redirected to myth and fairy tale. So, forgive my prying, but as future king, I feel this is an area of importance.
What do you want to know about the dreaming, Lark? And I think a little colder, still like a genuine question, but there is more of the coldness now in Ambrose looking at
I think that's matched in Locke's voice.
Yeah.
Why would our survival be at risk?
Because, Lark, the people who control the dreaming are not very fond of the oaks. And they have a great amount of magic at their disposal that they would not hesitate to use to rid the world of the kings they find so wanting. Of which you are a member, crown or not.
Why? What have we done to anger them so?
It's what I have done, not what we have done. And what I have done is make an impossible choice 2,000 years ago to save what I could from the embers and ashes of what we used to be. And I lost everything for it. Everything. They don't consider my losses when they think of their own. So. Being king is already a lonely business, and they have ensured that that is only more true for the kings of Everglen and queen.
I think Larg just kind of stands there, and it's very clear that they are waiting. Like, they're not satisfied with the answer.
I think that Ambrose looks at you and waits almost in a way that is like a use your words type response. Of like, I think Ambrose here like understands that you want to know everything, but for a reason that I think you don't recognize in this moment. You could make a check about it if you would like to, but I think wants or needs you to ask the questions that you have, because it's almost as if he is incapable emotionally or physically of just, or feels he is at the very least, of just saying everything. And I think needs you to guide this conversation. And just looks at you, waiting.
I think Lark sets the glass that they're still holding down next to the decanter, and will kind of walk over to like one of the windows or like the window ledges and kind of like sit on it.
Sure.
Would you tell me what that choice was? What happened? What was lost?
Doing a lot of rolling for Ambrose here, just because this is such a... I think Ambrose looks at you for a long, like an uncomfortable, like solid 2 minutes, I think, of silence, of looking at, not in a cold way, but in a, almost as if he is also trying to figure out if that is what he is going to do in this moment, and if he has sunk low enough this evening to do so, or if he's sunk too low this evening to do so. And I think looks at you and like puts like a shoulder on the wall across from you a little bit and just, what of my losses do you want to hear first? And I think we're going to pull back from this moment and return to it in a minute just to kind of check in on the rest of our party. Aelia, I know you're checking in on Flora. My good friends Elise, Camille, and Luca. Are you doing anything particularly in this time?
I'm watching the show.
I don't want you to feel like you have to sit there and watch other people play D&D, and so I want to make sure you get a chance to also do your thing, because I love you.
Understand.
You don't have to do anything leading up to Parfait decomp time if you don't want to. I just wanted to give you the chance.
Luca and Camille, I think, are at Luca's house right now.
They
Yeah, tell me about that.
Has Camille ever been to Luca's house?
I feel like they would have. I mean, they were. How long has Luca's been working at there for? Like what? 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
3? Yeah, I feel like they kiki. They do invite each other over. Yeah. Why?
Yeah,
What you think?
No, I think Camille has. That's why I'm glad you agree with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I
Trying to
think.
decide.
I think Camille is putting in an early morning order to what was it? Was it Wild Cafe? What was it? The
Oh,
cafe?
yeah.
I think it's called The Cafe or something. She's putting in an order for like all of the things that we need to, like orange wedges and like stuff to make parfaits and croissants and stuff to come.
You put
for
in the
Sightway.
reservation. How many of us is it gonna be?
Oh, I thought. Oh, are we going there? I thought we were getting it delivered.
Delivered to where? Here?
Do you not want? Oh, sure. I didn't know.
No, they
if you-
can come. No, they should come because my sisters are still upstairs, and so I'll have the king,
look good.
not the king. That was great.
The Crown Lord
I'll have
Yes.
the crown lord
in your
and their
house.
hot wife in my house.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
your
yeah.
doing. Exactly.
And
I
that's
think
me,
it's great.
And I did that.
I just think it would be a bit much to bring so many royals out into the public
That's true. In
unannounced without
public.
guards.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Right? In here. I think that'd be great. That'd be great
This
for
is
you.
Great.
Perfect. Perfect. Was there a flavor
Yes.
of yogurt you wanted?
Cranberry.
I've never heard of that. Is it good?
I think it's good. Do they not have it? I can do
No, they
like
probably
peach
do.
or something.
What did you? I'll get both. I
Okay.
think Camille's putting in this order.
Mhm.
I think she'll finally, like, when she's done like wrapping it up, she immediately puts her phone to the side and she turns and she looks at you, and she does this thing where like she kind of like looks people over, and it's not in like a rude like, oh, let me see what the fuck is going on with your fit, but like I think she's just so like used to looking people up and down, and then she goes, so you're
So,
trying to prove to your sisters that you are capable of doing things on your own is what I feel like you've done so much on your own already.
so my point came across clear. Okay, good. That's exactly
Yeah.
what I wanted you to say back to me.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, of course. I'm just a bit stunned that you feel like you have to prove yourself to them because I don't know, you manage the king. You know?
Manage is a strong word. He kind of just does things, and I kind of just go around and draw like a little circle, kind of like to push in a direction. And of course, he can just do it if they want, but
Sure. But you keep the schedule, don't you?
do keep the schedule.
Right.
Yeah.
And without a schedule, what do you have?
Nothing.
Nothing planned, nothing done, nothing to do.
I guess it's just sometimes when I ask them for things, or not ask them for things, but when I ask questions I would like answers to, they think it would be best to not explain for my sake,
Oh, to protect you.
to protect me. As
Ah.
How loud are you having this conversation in the house where you just said your sisters are upstairs? Just out of curiosity.
God. Probably like floating between talking at a normal volume, and then she catches herself and is like, oh shit.
I think
Okay.
Camille's used to gossiping, so I think she is in like a so tell me about your life type, like very close.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure they mean well. It just sounds like you need a bit more gossipers in your life.
I do. No, I really do. That's why we should hang out more because
Yes.
I can't gossip with Georgie. I can with Margot a little bit, but Georgie's just so. I don't want to freak her out, especially with all this stuff going on.
They did
They'd
seem
have
a
a heart
bit
attack.
tense. Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the entire place where they worked is wrecked, so I
Got
understand.
destroyed.
The
So it makes
tense.
sense.
It does. Oh, did I even tell you? Well, first, yes, I would love to gossip more with you, especially since I think there's a bit of like
Oh.
sorrowness that's kind of she's been biting back a lot of feelings. I think Camille's very good at like putting on a really good face of everything is fine and I'm perfect. What do you ask? But I think there's a bit of like cracks. It's been a bit wear down the past couple days. And she kind of like puckers her lips a little bit to like stop the bottom lip from trembling and goes, from our recent departure, I don't really know how to call it with Oliver. It's well, I don't know where a lot of my gossip is going to go, so I would love to gossip a bit more with you.
Yeah. I'd love to carry on some of that gossip.
To catch you up on a little bit of what I learned as a inquisitor,
Okay.
you know, I don't know, I don't think this fact has ever been shared with Camille. I don't know if I told you this, but so there were two parents that were lost in the dreaming that Isabel was searching for, you know. That was what in the notes that I've found. So I don't know if really haven't been talking about that really much. So I feel like what? What?
Those are my parents.
Shut up!
Sorry. I think in another part of the house you hear like a floorboard creak as someone starts getting up to get ready for the day.
Okay.
Not close to you, just like in a room somewhere in the house.
Listen.
Yes, sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay. I don't talk about it a lot. First
Okay.
of all, because I don't know a lot about it. Well, I do now because the voice that was in my head and took me in that nice little room told me about it.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Told me some stuff, but before that, I didn't really know. But anyways, that's what I try to get out of Georgie a lot of the times. I try to get her to talk about it, but they don't like to talk about it. I don't want to push because then they get all, you know. So I don't want to stress them out. And so, but basically, what happened is they were my parents, and they started dreaming when I was really little, and then they got stuck with everyone else, and I don't know. Anyways,
What does that mean? I think now she's like looking you up and down again, like, well, you've been dreaming. Like your parents. So is that not worrisome for you?
do you think it's like genetic?
I haven't even considered that. Oh, no, I don't think it is. Because you're not.
No, because my mom was pregnant with me when they started dreaming.
Oh, well then maybe it's like you know when you
Maybe
when
it's a genetic thing.
no, maybe it's an immunity. You might be immune because of it. You know when like someone gets sick and then you know they pass on the what is it, the antibodies to you. It could be that. Maybe you're immune. Maybe that could be what it
dreamer
is.
antibodies. Okay.
Exactly. I don't know though. I might have to do a little bit of do you mind if I research you?
Sure.
Okay. Very curious.
Yeah. I think I should research me too.
Yeah, we could do that together. There's so many things that we could do. Yes. Oh my god.
Okay.
Wow. Well then how does that make you feel?
A little bit overwhelmed.
Right.
A lot of the times
That's
I
a
don't
lot.
like to think about it. But it's fine. No, it's good. It's good to think about it, and we're gonna have to because
Right.
I need to do this for myself.
Exactly.
And when I figure out all the answers, it will probably help Georgie and Margot be a little bit less the way that they are about it. And I love them the way that they are, but I think it could help them a little bit too. So, yeah, we can research about it.
Right.
But
think
you know what?
Hmm.
With all this stuff going on about Ambrose,
Mm-hmm.
he's the one who locked everyone away or
Right.
keeps them away. It's like, I work for you.
Exactly.
And you locked my parents away?
Like, who do you think you are?
What an asshole move.
That
you
really
know?
is. That really is. Truly.
Like, you're a dick. Anyways, so now it's like, I don't know what to do. I kind of want to write a strongly worded letter, but
Fuck
I
yeah.
don't think that would go over well.
No,
to
I
be
think you should have a
honest,
bitch fit.
so-
I should do that. You should get a letter. You should write it
I
down
think so.
and do it. No, for sure. For sure.
You think? And send it to him.
I mean, you could put it right down, boom, on his desk because you're right there.
That's true.
You know? Unless you want like the couple days to rest from it, so put it in through the mail and let it be that way. But I think we're feeling passionate. Boom, put it on the desk.
I am feeling passionate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Should I tell my sisters about this? I probably shouldn't.
It's from a little bit down the hallway further in the house, you start to hear footsteps, kind of walking slowly towards the room that you're going, that you're in.
I don't think that you should.
I don't think I should.
No, I don't think that you should because we were told not to share anything, so I don't think we should do that.
Actually, I just tell them everything, so it's
No. Let's keep it secret until after breakfast.
I should.
Good morning.
Yeah, a second later, Georgie walks in, and Georgie is sort of like clearly like wearing their pajamas, and I think walks in and like sees you guys and like clearly half awake, like eyes half lidded, like heavy bags under her eyes. Stops and looks at you guys and like does a double take to you, Luca, and goes, "Hi,
Morning.
Good morning.
good morning. You didn't come home last night."
We
Looking
were
at you, Luca.
we were busy.
Sleepover.
We were busy. Sleepover with sleepover. We had a sleepover, and it was really fun. And
Yeah.
I'm really sorry about hanging up the phone the other day. That wasn't me. That was Lark. We were all talking on the phone, and I didn't mean to do that.
Does she not know you moved into the castle?
Luca, can I talk to you for a second? Sorry. Hi, Camille.
Hi.
Perfect in
Thank
the morning,
you.
as you always do.
Oh, thank you, Georgie.
Doesn't Camille have the juicy couture?
Thank you. I can busy myself. Yeah, sure.
Oh no, you can stay. Just we can in the hallway.
Sure.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Of course, I'll be here.
She looks at Camille for a little too long and then gets up.
I would love
think
for
Georgie-
Camille when they go into the hallway. 2 seconds later, I would love for Camille to sneak over and like try to get into a good
Make a stealth
position to
check.
listen. Me, Camille, please. Oh, okay. That's a 21.
21? Yeah, you feel Luca, make me a perception check.
I didn't know she was that stealthy. She got +9 stealth.
Nice.
I got an 11.
11? Yeah, you feel relatively unnoticed here,
Perfect.
at least. And yeah, Luca, Georgie kind of like turns and steps a little bit further into the hallway, kind of closer to where like the doors to the 3 rooms in this house, bedrooms are, and stops and like kind of like hugs himself a little and turns to look at you. And I think in this moment you see like the weight of the exhaustion on her face and just, you didn't come home, and I didn't think you were coming home tonight.
Do you want me to go?
No, I thought, because of our conversations that we've had, I thought that you were like just not gonna come back. And look, Margot and I were talking last night, and we are scared shitless, but also kind of looks up at the ceiling. Really can't lose you. So, if you really think that you're ready to hear the truth, then we will tell you, because I can't lose you, and I thought you weren't coming home. So
Yeah, no, I don't. I am. Okay, well, I got upset, and then I asked the king if I could stay in the castle for a few nights, but I'm staying in this really like dusty room. It's really nice, but I did I did miss you guys, so that's why. Whatever. I was gonna come back anyway.
Yeah.
But I would never leave you guys without saying bye. But I would never leave to begin with.
Yeah.
So.
You just I just feel like all we've been doing is fighting in the last few days, and I don't know.
You need a hug.
Yeah.
Okay. She'll
we'll,
give
like-
a big hug.
Will like hold you in her arms, I think in this moment in a very like motherly way. Like almost in the way like a mother like scoops up a child that is theirs and like holds it in the way that like if they let go, they're scared that they'll never get to pick up their kid again. You know, and I think just like holds you so tightly in this moment. And then after a second back and like put like her hands on your shoulders and kind of like brush off the nothing that is there and just like hold you a little bit, and her like thumbs will move on your arms a little and just it's a lot and it's hard for us. And I think I mean I can't speak for Margot, but I think I've always been scared that if you know, then you'll have to live with it too, and it's really hard for us to live with it, and I wanted you to have a different life. So, but I'm sorry if you didn't feel heard.
It's
Just,
okay.
I'm
I
so
understand.
fucking scared.
I don't want you guys to carry it by yourselves, because I'm here too, and I can carry
Yeah.
some of it.
I don't want you to have to. If me carrying it means that you don't have to, then I would do anything for you, you little.
Yeah, but Georgie, I want to.
I
And
know.
I know you guys had to, but I have a choice, and my choice is that I want to.
I just hope you feel that way after you know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I can handle it, and if I can't, I still have you guys.
You'll always have. And Margot, I'm sure, who's snoring like a fucking chainsaw
I
right now.
told her that she should get that checked out.
I know. I keep buying her those like the little like magic strips. But she
Yeah.
just won't wear them.
It doesn't.
Ugh.
Hmm.
But look, you just I know your Camilla's here, and you let me know when you want to know, because Margot and I are taking the day off. So
You're
you let
taking
us
the day
know.
off? You're both taking
Yeah.
the day off?
Well, yeah, we were gonna go fucking storm every house in this town looking for you. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I love you guys. No, I'll bring my stuff back. I'll bring my stuff back later. I didn't really bring a lot of stuff, just my pillow and my bear. But yeah. I have brunch plans at the Lark and their hot wife.
Oh wow.
Alia. You know Alia?
I do know
coming
Alia.
Over
Yeah.
here.
The future queen of the kingdom we're in. I do know.
Yeah. Yeah, she's coming.
They're coming here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I have to. Oh god.
No.
Okay, kind of like let's
We
go.
can't let
and
the
goes
Molly sit.
goes into that exact mode. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can like make something. Margot, get up!
No,
like,
it's
you're like a very heavy, like almost like a body's amount of heavy, like hit the ground, and it. What? It goes. The future king is coming to our house, so you have to get up and vacuum. Thank you. And just like I think like starts to walk, stops, looks at you, like puts a hand like up onto your cheek and just holds like your face for a second, and just looks at you with so much like love and fear. Just okay. If
think
you
she'll
put the
squeeze
blanket
her
that's been in the
hand.
yeah.
You need to relax. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be good.
It's gonna be a lot better when I wash the 15 dirty dishes that have been in the sink for 2 days.
I can help you do that. We're gonna have mimosas anyway, so we have to wash all the cups.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll walk back in.
Camille
Camille, you
ran.
hear footsteps. steps.
Yeah, no, she ran once the Margot get up started happening. Camille ran back to her seat.
Sure.
Yeah.
And everyone in this house can get ready to start preparing for the future king and queen of Everglen to sit in your living room and drink mimosas. Is there anything else that the two of you would like to do in the time leading up to that? Which isn't much time.
Luca's such a snitch, but I'm not gonna have her say anything.
Snitch.
Snitch,
Grace!
Don't
Don't even know that one. I just want you to snitch.
I'm ready. Come on. What is it?
No, just I don't know. Wait.
Do you want to think about it? We can check back in a second.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Yeah. Noodle on it. Noodle on it. We'll just we'll do one round of quick check-ins before we actually go to brunch parfait decomp.
I think Luca texts everyone her address and says brunch will be here at the LaFay house. And I think she sends a selfie of her and Camille with a bottle of Prosecco.
Yes.
I think in the background of that picture is Margot, who looks like they just woke up from a coma. Like standing in the back, just kind of like staring into space, not at the camera, but just like off into the middle distance.
They're so real.
Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. Elise, is there anything that you're doing in this time between the meeting and decomp time?
I know you gave me a chance to think about it, but I keep forgetting I'm playing and not watching because I'm just having such a fun time watching my favorite show.
That's fair. You don't have to if you don't want to. I can also check in on Alia first if you need a second.
Did Laurel ever respond about dollhouse furniture for her?
Yeah, I think that when you got back to your rooms, there was probably like a little box with like a very pretty bow on it and like a handwritten note on it that said like, I hope this helps. We can't wait to find out what it's for. And then underneath it, there's like a very clearly a drawing in like fantasy crayon that Coral has done of like you and Coral and Laurel all holding hands underneath. And it obscures some of the writing, but it is there in very like, not a great stick figure, but it surely is a drawing. And I think inside the box there is like the equivalent of the furniture you would find in like the Barbie dream house. Like I imagine like very nice like wooden handmade and like hand painted pieces that only the finest dollhouses for the children of Everglen. But yeah, there's like some chairs and a table and a little bed and all kinds of stuff. Pretty much whatever you're looking for will be in there.
Cute. Then Elise is just gonna tape up the picture like across from her desk, and then we'll go and like just kind of set up the dollhouse furniture in the little shelf area for Herb to have a little house when he gets back from the bar.
Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. Is there anything else you would like to do in the time in between?
I think that's it. Elise has had a busy day.
No, that's real. Amazing. Then we will check in with Alia. Alia, tell me how you're walking into the King of Everglen's room.
Like that. No, I think.
Oh, slay.
Yeah, exactly. Just a low groan of dread. No, I think that, she kind of like just takes a minute to put herself back together in her own rooms. And then we'll go over. And you said the door's still like cracked open?
Yeah.
We'll kind of do the thing where like you knock on the door frame a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just wait.
I think you knock, and so you would know that like Ambrose and you've probably been in Ambrose and Flora's quarters before, considering you're married to their son. And you would know that like their quarters as well as yours are kind of set up in this like the door leads into like a little like living room, salon, dining room area, and the bedrooms are like adjacent to it. And so as you like knock a little bit, I think the sliver that you catch of the room and the amount of door that was left open is I think you can just kind of make out seated on like this very plush and nice like lounge in here. You see Flora kind of like sitting on it, hunched over, like elbows on her knees, just like holding their face in her hand a little bit, and that you knock and she kind of like not like hugely jumps, but jumps a little bit and looks up, and you see her like take half a second to like let out a breath and like wipe under her eyes and straighten a little bit in the like posture of a queen and go, come in.
It's just me. I'll kind of
Looks at
come
you
in.
and you see relief. Hi.
Hi.
Looks at you like she just doesn't know what to say and turns, and you see that there's like a pot of tea here, and there's like two, just like by instinct, two teacups, but one of them already has like tea in it. There's like a very nice little thing of like sugar cubes and honey and all kinds of stuff, and just would you like some tea?
Thank you. And we'll come in and we'll pour some for herself and then also top off Flora's without being asked. Yeah.
Did you bring Handsome with you? I'm just curious.
How does Flora feel about Handsome?
I think Flora loves Handsome.
Okay, then he's here.
Much to the chagrin of the king and your husband, I think she loves that dog.
He's a good boy.
Handsome comes trotting in like a very polite boy, and you see Flora like smiles with like a little bit more genuineness. And I feel like Flora is the kind of person who has like a special jar of cookies for when her grandchildren come, and a special jar of dog treats for when her other grandbaby comes. And we'll just kind of like reach in and grab a treat and give it to Handsome, who already is like walking up next to her legs and like kind of bumping against her in the way that big dogs do. We'll kind of like nod at you and thank you for refilling mine. It should still be warm. It hasn't been here for very long, but
I feel like how hot the tea is probably the least of our concerns right now.
Yeah. I don't want to be a bad host.
Please, it's... Like I said, very low on the list of priorities at the moment.
Right. And he just kind of stops and like looks up at you like through her eyelashes, almost like waiting. Like she just has no idea what to say in this moment.
I don't mean to pry at all, but is everything all right with you?
At the moment or in general?
Oh, take your pick.
General, I'm fine. It's just been a difficult... Doesn't like put a word at the end of the sentence. But I'm fine. I'm doing my best.
Well, that's all anyone can really ask, isn't it?
As queen of a nation, I think people can probably ask a bit more, and rightfully so. But, yeah.
Yes, but as a person, as a mother, I think the best that you have is all we can take.
Yeah. It's foolish. I just, sometimes I think stops, and I think you see a moment of like picking words that then gives way to like the desperate need to verbalize the feelings that she has. Did you ever know the late queen?
James, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think so.
How old are you?
Really. That's a great fucking question.
Are you like
Locke is
Rose's age,
41,
or-
if that helps.
Okay, it does help a lot. I feel like late 40s then. I feel like she's got like a couple years on him.
Yeah,
but
I
not
think
much
that
more.
you probably like saw Astra a few times at like events.
Okay.
I don't know that you had like
We
I mean,
didn't
like-
really.
Right. I
Yeah.
think the only thing is because like your court, the Dawn Court, and I almost said Flora, and Astra's home court, the Dusk Court, are the
They're-
two like celestial courts, and there is
Yes.
like a kinship between the two
Yes.
that is sort of like separate from the rest of Everglen. And so I think that you probably like I mean, considering that, you know, like Astra lived here but visited home like not infrequently, I think you probably saw more of Astra than a lot of people your age in like from like, you know, the Spring Court and the Summer Court, and did and you probably met her like once or twice maybe, but In the very
It
much
wasn't like
you were very little and she kind of did that like,
Yes.
oh, who do we have here kind of thing.
Yeah, I get you.
But yeah.
I remember meeting her a few times when I was very young.
She was just radiant, weren't they?
Yes,
Perfect,
I do.
Queen. Perfect. Queen. I don't
Good queen. I don't know that I'd call any of us perfect.
I think they came about as close to it as anyone ever has. I didn't know her well, but I knew them. I guess I sometimes feel that I've robbed this nation and this family of the queen they deserve, and my son of the future that he deserves, and just everything because of my own selfishness.
I think kind of like Aelia kind of has to like take a moment, and it very clearly like, oh god, I don't even know. Yeah, just I think that this is a lot of vulnerability for like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And is trying to like process that. I think that it's true that she left some rather big shoes, but I think you've come into this with your own pair. I don't think you need to be
With her own what?
with her own pair. I think you're doing a wonderful job of, I don't know, being queen in your way. I've been trying to figure out what exactly that means to me and trying to determine what that might someday look like. And
Well, I think as long as you don't oversee the loss of several integral members of the royal family and just make a mess of everything by being here, then you'll probably do better than I have. So.
what part of you thinks that your presence caused any of that?
I think just looks at you with a very fond look of like, come on. And I think in this moment it's clear to you that while Flora is not referring to Lavender, she is more referring to Rose.
Yeah.
Just, you are so queenly and more queenly than I was at your age, sometimes more than I think I am now. And I.
Kind of like stop, like looks around, like, are you talking to me right now?
Do you not think that you are queenly?
I think that I'm fulfilling a certain role right now that is on a path to a type of queenliness. It's not. I don't know if I don't know if it's going in exactly the direction that I envisioned.
Understandable, but Aelia, you walk in a room and the people brighten. You give them hope.
You walk in a room and they breathe.
Yeah. Well, they don't. They don't see the mess my family has become. So. You are going to be a wonderful queen. And I wouldn't say that if I didn't think it.
Thank you. I have a lot to live up to.
Yeah. And I think you see here the smile doesn't really reach her eyes. Like, she knows that you mean it, but she doesn't feel it in this moment.
And, as for the rest, I think that you might be blaming yourself a bit much for things that are beyond your control. Trust me, I have a front row seat to that particular little genetic tick.
I'm Queen Aelia. There isn't much that's beyond my control.
Yes, but I think your only real crime in all this has been falling in love.
And I think here you mean it lightly, but I think the expression that crosses Flora's face in this moment tells you that that is the exact
Oh
aim
no!
that she has. Is she feels like the crime that she committed was falling in love.
Oh no!
And everyone has paid the price for it.
Oh
And I
no!
think just gives you a nod and drops her eyes a little bit, and I feel the same.
I didn't mean.
I don't. I know. But it's true. I don't want to keep you from your morning. I've taken up enough of your time and worries already. Kind of wipes a little bit under her eye with my So I think maybe we just all need a bit of sleep.
You have always been very generous in time. And I'm always happy to return the favor.
Thank you, Aelia. And I think we'll just reach out and very gently rest a hand on your hand.
You're one of 3 things keeping me sane here. The other 2 are my husband and my dog. So
kind of looks down at Handsome and I think leans over a little and goes, "Wow, then I think it's very lucky that you're here, aren't you?" And you the tail start thumping on the ground as Handsome looks up at her and tries really hard to be well behaved and just looks at her and she kind of scratches behind his ears a little bit and then the leg starts going and yeah. You are welcome to stay in this sitting area with Flora as long as you want. I think you see that at least for the moment, the cork stopper has been put in this particular moment of vulnerability, but
yeah, I think we'll at least until the rest or everyone are ready to convene for brunch, we'll kind of just stay and ask her questions about the Monarch Ball because she surely still does have a full party to plan. So I think we'll kind of be a little bit if we're both up, I'm not going back to bed. I don't think you're going back to bed. Let's be fucking for real. How about the napkins though?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think you see here, focusing on something and planning something.
Yeah.
Flora looks better. And
yes, I know
you guys
this is her element. So
this is one of the few queen places in which Flora really fucking thrives.
Yeah.
And you guys can go through catering plans and color schemes and themes and, seating arrangements and everything.
And I've been thinking about a few additions to the guest list. And we'll kind of just,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here feels like a very good place to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few moments to continue this completely normal conversation with all of our friends that they're all having simultaneously in a normal way. We'll see you in just a few minutes. And welcome back. I hope you got like a great little snack, had a fun little blanket, quick nap time. We're gonna pick up back in the Hall of Memory with Lark and Ambrose. who was just leaned on this wall and looked at you and said, "Tell me which of my losses you want to talk about."
Oh, I'm rebooting my brain. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I think Locke shrugs and says, "You say you lost everything. So, I don't exactly know where to start, but perhaps it's easier to know what the cause of this was first."
The cause of what? Of me losing everything? Of the kingdom changing?
What did you do? What choice did you make? Will I have to make a similar choice?
I think at the last question, Ambrose kind of like looks up at you through his brows and gives you like an almost warm expression of like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And just like looks at you and then kind of schools his expression again. And just, I suspect you will have many choices on what to give up to protect your people, as that is the entire role of a monarch, but hopefully your choices will not come with the cost that mine have, and that's everything I've done has been to try and make sure that you don't have to make a choice like I did, which was to leave my home and my family and my father and my people behind and make something new, because I would rather be. I think you see like a flicker of like pain across his face, hated and alone, and see my children, my family now, and this kingdom safe, than to be loved and in good company and watch it all burn to the ground. And that is a price that I paid once and I will pay again if I have to. Because I know that you are not overly fond of me, Lark. But you should be glad you have a father who, at the very least, is willing to make that sacrifice. And is not willing to do what my father did, which was sacrifice everything else for what he wanted.
I can't have this conversation with you in riddles.
Forgive me for finding it difficult to explain the 1,000 years of pain and trauma and loss I have experienced and not spoken about for another 1,000 years. The dreaming is ruins of what this kingdom used to be, and the bones of the people who clung to it. The choice I made was to make sure that people like my father, who don't think of others and the price of their actions and their desires, could never rebuild it at the cost of everything we've built here.
So this dreaming is what Everglen used to be.
The dreaming contains what Everglen used to be. The dreaming itself is a very powerful force of magic, of sentient magic, that is well versed in speaking the right honeyed words to make someone be willing to give up everything. The dreaming is the air and the magic and the people and everything in between, but it is not To say the dreaming is only ruins is to imply that there is not power there when there is. If the dreaming is an ocean, what Everglen used to be is the shipwreck at the bottom.
So what contains it now?
Magic and a lot of my energy and the energy of Everglen. I have spent the last 2,000 years building a wall around the ruins. I guess less a wall, more a dam. Really?
But they're not just ruins, are there? Ruins implies that they are barren, that there's nothing living there still. But people have gone missing. People with lives, with families. Are they trapped there?
If they choose to cross that barrier, there's nothing I can do for them. I don't send them there.
Could you bring them back?
To bring one back, I would have to bring it all back. And I think you can probably imagine what it would be like to destroy a dam over a village.
But you knew. These missing people, that's where they were.
I have suspected for a long time. I have no power to look on the other side. Building the dam kept us from it and myself from it just as much as it kept them. It keeps us out as much as it keeps them in. I have had my suspicions, of course, but and I think you see Ambrose kind of look down at their hand and sort of fiddle with like the ring that they wear that is like the crest of Everglen, like the sort of like, the ring that kings wear that they like can do the wax sealing and like the very formal like king kind of and just there's a word for it and I'm losing it and it's gonna drive me crazy, but it's fine.
A signet ring?
Thank you so much. I've been going crazy. I was like,
It's you trying not to say the king ring over and over.
The king ring. Thank you so much. Diana, take a point of jam inspiration because that's how grateful I am for you putting that into nicer words that I was looking for. Looks down at his own signet ring and just a long time ago, the dreaming made me a promise. And I have suspected for a long time that the things and people it takes are brought to it because of it.
A promise. What?
Like I said, the dreaming is sentient. And shortly after the dam was built, the dreaming promised me that it would take everything that I love from me, just as I took it from this world, and it did not lie. I told you being king of this place was lonely, Lark, and I meant it.
We still have an obligation to the people who are lost.
Not at the cost of the people that are.
Do you even know the scale at which those two groups differ? Does it matter?
I know that releasing one very well might sacrifice the other. and that I swore an oath to the people here to be their king. People there, some of them were here once. Some of them decided to stay. I have to look after these people. And the fate of those stuck there, whether they choose to be or not, is regrettable. But I will not sacrifice the entirety of Everglen for this.
And Everglen and its people would be gone, destroyed. If
I don't know, but it's possible. The dreaming destroyed one kingdom. There's no reason it wouldn't do it again, especially not so angry at me and anyone with my blood and my love.
but this previous kingdom was destroyed because of the king before you, your father. That's what you're saying.
Not on purpose.
Is he in the dreaming? Is that what we risk? This
No. He's gone. And he has been since the start.
Are you ever going to tell me any of this?
I don't know. Mark. Maybe when you became king, because it would be your responsibility.
Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe I hoped that if you didn't know about it, you couldn't be tempted by it.
So what now? Where do I go from here?
Kind of looks back down at that ring. Mark, not really in the mood for giving orders tonight. And you seem to have your mind made up about a lot of things, so I think you can probably find your own path till the morning, at least. But if you are desperate for a direction, I'm sure I can find one.
But you assume that I want you to order me.
I don't assume that you want me to, Lark. I assume that it's what you expect of me. Because you hate me. And that's fine. It's safer if you hate me than if you love me. Because of that promise. So if that's the cost, pay it. Sometimes I look at you and I am so grateful that the cost of my weakness and my selfishness somehow has been rewarded with you, even if the cost is that you hate me. And sometimes I can't bring myself to do that. So.
I wish I hated you. Your arrogance. Just because you find it so difficult to love does not mean that others of your blood suffer the same.
I don't find it difficult to love, Lark. I find it difficult to feel the blood on my hands of the people I have. I don't let myself anymore. It's not difficult for me.
Then what was it all for? What you gave up?
It was for a king that follows me to be better. And I really do think you'll be better, Lark.
So this was all to protect us. Is that it?
I think just looks at you with an expression that clearly says, like, you wouldn't even believe me if I said yes or what. Just looks at you.
Well, you justify it however you want, but I don't hate you, and I never have. I don't know if I ever will, and maybe that is the worst of it. Because how dare you stand there and mourn someone who left, and who can blame them, when I have never, ever witnessed you express an ounce of regret for the people you pushed away, for the children who left you, because they had no other choice. Not because they wanted to.
Everyone has a choice.
Luxury it is to believe that.
So is that what you want to talk about now?
No.
Rose, Lavender,
No,
all the other children I've lost.
I never want to talk to you about them. I think I'm done talking, actually.
Well then, good night, son.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Do you leave? He's not leaving.
He leaves.
Yeah, absolutely. It is as you are walking out that you get the text from Luca saying, "Hey, it's at my house. You've been in here a long time."
Yeah. Great.
And you don't hear Ambrose as you're walking make any move to leave. Is there anything anyone would like to do before we move into yogurt parfait decomp time? Yeah.
Damn. Okay. God, is there something?
You tell me.
Okay. Before everyone gets there, I think Luca is gonna pull Georgie and Margot into their bedroom.
Yeah.
Into Margot's room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before everyone gets here, I have to tell you guys something. And
Okay.
it's gonna sound really scary, but it's not that scary. And because you're probably gonna be privy to a lot of the things we're talking about just because you do live here and you guys aren't going to work today. So I want you to hear it from the horse's mouth. I'm the horse today.
Margot just looks at you, and I think Georgie's like looking at you and looking at Margot and looking at you and looking at Margot. Okay. You're not gonna say you're like, right.
No, I'm not.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Ugh.
Are you?
I don't know.
pregnant?
Fuck no.
Nobody's pregnant. Okay.
Thank God. I don't know. You have like a weird nervous energy, and it was freaking me out.
I'm sweating. Okay.
Starts like fanning you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, me and Lar and some other people
Uh-huh.
have had a dream, and
They both go very still.
don't freak out and don't do anything.
What do you mean you had a dream?
I mean that I walked into this area and that there was this voice. I was like, I've been watching.
You walked in
your
when you
whole
were
life."
awake, so it wasn't a dream. It was just sort of like a...
Yeah, I was awake. I was more awake than asleep. I wasn't laying down or anything.
Okay.
Maybe it was like a vision, but the
think
voice
he's-
did call themselves a dreamer. So
Georgie kind of like walks over to Margot's mess of a desk and like grabs a notebook and flips through a bunch, very clearly looking for like an empty page, and like stops and looks at something and tilts aside and goes, "What the fuck? Sorry, never mind." And like keeps flipping and eventually finds like a blank page and grabs like a writing utensil and sits on the edge of the desk and goes, "Tell me everything."
no, you can't write this down. This can't.
What do you mean I can't
nobody
write it
can
down?
notice.
I'm an arcane
Nobody can
inquisitor. All I do
notice.
is write things down.
You can't tell your friends about this or your job.
I'm not gonna tell my friends. I think better when I'm writing things down, and then I can like, connect dots and stuff later. And if you're having like a dream or maybe not a dream or something, I need to know about it and I need to remember every single detail, so that I can make sure that you are fine. So tell me everything and I am gonna write
I'm
it down. I'm not gonna
fine.
show anybody. I'm just gonna write it down.
If someone finds it or like something, we could get in trouble.
Who's ever gonna be in Margot's room? And Margot goes, "Okay, that's kind of rude, but whatever. Look, just Luca, you clearly wanted to tell us something. I think you just got to deal with how Georgie processes it. I don't know what to tell you, man."
Okay.
So you walked into a room
I
and
walked
someone
into a
named the
room.
Dreamer was there.
Right. And I
That was
saw-
like their legal name.
I don't know. I didn't see what they looked like. It was like a
You walked into a
voice.
room with someone and you didn't, and a voice. Okay.
And they had my favorite snacks there. It was really comfortable. And
Okay.
I saw like these silhouettes of mom and dad, and I saw us at my birthday party when I was
saw Mom and
little.
Dad?
I think. Yeah, I think so. It was
Looks
like
over
silhouettes I
at
don't
Georgie, who I
remember.
think has been writing and like stops, very clearly processes and continues writing, but doesn't like acknowledge it in any other way. Okay.
And apparently, this is the part I'm not supposed to tell you. Okay.
Well, you have to now. I think a little too late, babe.
Okay, I think the king is sending people away. People who dream. I think that it's him.
I need you to make me like a persuasion check, I think, in this moment.
Guys, I'm sorry. I see your faces.
I'm obsessed with you, Grace.
Grace, I love you so much, girl.
So that's a nat 1 for a 4.
Okay. You do you have you used any of the jam inspiration you've been given at any point?
No, can I use
Okay,
one of those?
Yeah. I should have a couple.
Okay, that's a 14. For
14.
For a 17.
Okay, good. That's better than that one, for sure. Remember to use your inspiration, kids. Yeah, I think there's a moment where they both look at you like you have grown a second head, and then kind of blank and look at each other. And Georgie, what? Sorry, you think that King Ambrose sent our parents somewhere?
Well, I think that they got stuck somewhere, and he's the one making sure they don't come back. That's what the voice told me. Sort
I mean,
of.
look at each other again. Look at you. Luca, when they disappeared, like, King spent a lot of resources looking for them. Because Mom looks over at Margot. Margot looks at Georgie. I don't know that we want to get into this right now, but well, Mom was like,
Well, tell me.
So that was James. Sorry. I mean, Mom was kind of gonna be the next Archdruidess, so like in a few days, and then just kind of disappeared with the entire circle except for Venus and us and a few people.
Holy
So, I mean, they spent like a lot of resources and time looking for them, and they didn't find anything. And I mean, there was that, like the High Inquisitor, the High Inquisitor came out and looked for and like stayed with us for a long time, and like I trust you implicitly because you are grown up and smart and good at things. This is not me doubting you. I just am feeling confused. That's all.
Okay, well now I'm feeling confused. I didn't know that. So someone's lying to me.
Margot kind of like looks at Georgie and looks at you and goes, sorry, sending them how? Like in a box and where? Like, are they just like putting it, like vaulting them off planet? Like, I don't
fucking know, Margot. I don't know. They walked off
Okay,
and I don't remember what it was. They just they sort of just get stuck in there.
In where, babe?
In the dream place where it happens. And yesterday we had to talk to some person named Wisteria, and Camille was gonna kill them, and then the dreamer told me not to let Camille kill them because they're actually important and they're kind of like an extension of the like a spokesman.
Georgie
Dreamer
looks down her nose, looks up at you, squints. Wisteria, like the missing Wisteria?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That one.
Wisteria, the missing person, is with the dreamer?
The dreamer. Yes.
Has anyone
Isn't that-
told her mom who's still in the castle? In the estate?
No. They said that their mom, it's not safe for them to go to their mom because the king doesn't like the dreamer. Do you see how I'm confused when you said that the king spent a lot of resources looking for mom, but the dreamer told me that he is not great, which I knew, but I didn't know it was that bad,
I'm sorry, is Wisteria the dreamer, or are these two different people?
I think it's two different. They're two different things. Wisteria, the person, but the dreamer is like their queen. Like they worship the dreamer. Mm-hmm.
Oh, their queen. They have a different...
Yeah.
So it's also treason. Great. Okay. Yeah, I think, kind of puts the notebook down a little bit. Yeah, I think, well, thank you so much for sharing all of this, and I want to hold space for that. I think I'm just feeling a little bit, I should have checked beforehand if this was a sister talk or a sister the Arcane Inquisitor talk, because I'm feeling a little bit of a conflict of interest here, knowing that the missing person whose mom is deeply embedded in the Monarch estate currently and receiving the top level of care and looked after and potentially has the ability to pass information back to that person is working with someone who is calling themselves a queen on a place where we have a king, and that's also treason. I'm just feeling a little... Do you see where I'm feeling a little...
So I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
However...
Yeah.
This is a part of the secret mission, and Lark got approval for us to do the secret mission.
Does Lark know all of that?
I don't know, probably some of it. We're about to have the meeting today and decompress with everything. So.
Great. Yeah, I'm, again, I can't overstate how much as an Arcane Inquisitor I did sort of, take an oath specifically to King Ambrose himself. And I'm feeling kind of a, ooh.
It's a lot. Take a deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not at work right now.
Yeah, but I mean, in a much realer sense, I'm kind of always at work because I'm an Arcane Inquisitor.
No,
I kind of am as the thing.
You don't have to. You don't have to do that. I mean, it's really going to be fine, and we're going to figure it out. And I just wanted to tell you guys because I'm kind of freaking out about it, and I just want someone to know that I am speaking to someone that can make me see things And it is technically dreaming, I think, but it's not bad. I don't hate this person in my head. They seem really nice, honestly. But I didn't know that whole thing.
Margot goes, the person that's doing treason to the king and also kind of our sister, that's the person you don't hate? I just want to make sure I have my facts straight. The person that's doing treason?
Well, I didn't think about it as them doing treason to Georgie. I would never let someone do treason to you, Georgie.
Thank you. It's just, I have an oath to the king, and if it's like a treason thing to the king, then I probably, like if there's lines in the sand, I am obligated to stand on the king's side because of the oath that I took, and also the whole everything. Okay.
And you should. And you should do that.
But also, you just said to me that he put our parents somewhere, maybe. So I'm just feeling a little bit conflicted over. I'm seeing a lot of conflict right now.
Conflicted feelings. That's why we have to wait for...
Maybe I'll just talk to Lark when he gets here. I'll just talk to Lark, because Lark is, like, kind of the king anyway, and I'll just kind of, like, get a read on that, maybe. Because I feel like if, like...
Because he gets stressed out like this, too, honestly. So
I'm not stressed, I'm so calm.
She looks at Margot, like...
looks at her and looks at her.
Yeah, you're so calm. Okay, well...
So...
I just...
Like, looks at Georgie, looks back at you. Yeah, I guess I'm just sort of like the feeling that I'm having, since we're talking really openly and honestly about like feelings that we're all having. I think the feeling that I'm having is our parents dreamed and then disappeared forever. And now you're saying that you kind of ticked the first box on that bad boy. And I'm just feeling a little worried about ever letting you sleep alone again and not just sort of staying up and staring at you.
Well, you would be sleep deprived, so...
we could take shifts or something.
Well, I'm gonna move back in. No, don't quit your job, please. Don't quit your job.
Okay.
It's not a big deal. Like, I'm not even hurt. Nothing hurt me. I'm fine. I'm really doing good.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think we just that's why everyone's coming over. We're gonna discuss our next steps, and also the pirate guy who snuck into Lark's room is also gonna be here.
Okay.
Their name's Tavia. He's very charming, kind of a dick, but I don't dislike them. And they seem to know some stuff about what's going on, so
great.
A useful
maybe
asset.
Like
we got a lot of
you
useful
have your
assets.
Little brunch, and then maybe Georgie and I will just sort of like conveniently be making things in the kitchen simultaneously.
Yeah. You can make us the mimosas.
Great. I'll be on mimosa duty. In fact, I'm gonna get a jump start on mimosa duty, and I'm gonna go make one that I'm gonna drink right now. Georgie, you want one? Yeah. Great. I'm gonna go. And Margot turns and like strides out. Camille, I think you see Margot walk out with like a shade paler and just like this haunted look in their eyes, and walks out. Hi, Camille. Do you want a mimosa?
Yes, sure. I'll take some liquor.
Great.
What's going on?
Do you want straight liquor? That's actually a great idea.
What is...
Do you want a shot?
Sure. Yes. Sure.
Great.
Yes. I think it's like blood in the water for a shark right now.
Yeah.
It's like Camille's like trying to figure out what's good. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I think walks over to like the liquor cabinet, the fridge, kitchen area, and I think like doesn't reach for the bottle of champagne that's on the counter for the mimosas, but instead like stands up a little and grabs the bottle of tequila that's on top of their fridge. I'm gonna have some of this. Do you want this?
Ooh, that is top shelf. Of course I do. Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Yeah. And I think like reaches in, pulls out a shot glass and like a normal size glass, and like pours a shot, hands it to you, pours more than a shot in the glass, and just holds it.
Oh, cheers.
Cheers. Think, plugs it,
takes it, puts it down.
What's it with you?
With me? You're with me.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
You have to be honest with me. You know, there's an energy that you have right now, that I think we need to talk about. And she's tapping the full glass, the empty glass that Margot had.
Oh, good point. Sets it down, pours another.
Oh, no.
Huh?
Margot, are you all right?
Looks back in the direction of the room where Georgie and Luca still are. Looks back at you. Great. Really good.
Oh.
Excellent.
Okay.
Day with Starlight went awesome. So
That's
I'm
exact- I was
riding
about
on a
to ask you about
high
that.
last night.
Oh,
Yeah, really good. Really good. And today also still good. For the same reason. So,
Margot.
nothing else has happened here.
Right. The thing is, for me, personally, what you're saying and what you're doing doesn't match up. So can you help me connect? There's a few dots. There's a few that I think I'm missing. So what happened for you to do this?
Just felt like it.
Sure.
Georgie! I think, like, kind of calls her Luca, you hear Margot's very panicked. Georgie! From the kitchen. Georgie looks at you. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I really am. I'm excited to learn more, and we're gonna figure it out. And we're gonna solve what's going on. We've never gotten this far ahead in anything. I've never gotten this far ahead in anything.
Yeah. I think, like, reaches down, like, rips the piece of paper that she's been writing on out and, like, folds it up and, like, sticks it in their bra. And then just kind of, like, puts the notebook down and looks at you and just goes, yeah, we're gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it.
Well,
It's
I'm gonna fix it. You're not gonna fix it. This isn't your secret mission.
Yeah, but you're my sister, and it's my problem now because I love you, and if you disappear, I'm just gonna die.
I'm not gonna disappear.
So, you're right, you're not, because I'm gonna fix it. Anyway, it sounds like Margot. I'm gonna walk.
You need to give me that piece of paper. You can't take
Sorry,
that
I can't hear you
from
because I'm in the hallway.
Come here.
Kind of pokes her head in.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Squints at Margot. Looks back at you. Hi.
What's going on? You look a little bit. I mean, Marco looks a little bit like pale. You look a little pale, and you're drinking. I don't know if you should be drinking if you're pale.
Luca texts the group chat like, "Please hurry up."
I was just about to say. I think like looks over and goes, and there's a knock at the door, and they go, "Oh, you know what? That's a good. I'm gonna circle back, walking backwards. We'll circle back later once. I think because and opens the door, and I think." All of you could probably very easily have met up on the walk over unless anybody thinks they walked alone. Then yeah, opens the door, sees the three of you. You see Georgie who looks feral and is trying not to. Hey, welcome!
Good morning.
Hi guys.
Hey,
Come
welcome to
in.
my house. Kind of like looks at you, does a double take and like kind of half bows.
Stop.
Welcome to my house, your highnesses.
Thank you. Thank you for having us over on such short notice. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime.
Come
Welcome.
sit
There's
down. We have all this
mimosas.
food and alcohol.
Right. Wonderful. Well, come on. Luca is everything. What happened?
Did Alia bring the dog?
Yeah, of course.
Fuck yeah. I think
Luca
Luca's
was
like
trotting in and is
scrunching
just
handsome
sniffing.
space, like squishy.
Oh, Handsome is sniffing everything. Sniffing like Margot's boots that almost certainly smell like dragon. Just
Mhm.
like a bloodhound in here, nose to the ground, sniffing it.
Attaboy. Yeah. It's my
Did
son.
you guys have a good morning?
Locke is pretty much I mean, they haven't rested yet, but their hair is just covered in summer flowers. And their like eyes have taken on like less of that deep brown color and more of a golden color. So it looks quite different to how you usually see them.
Mark,
And
did
it
you
just-
go to the salon?
What?
No. Oh, okay.
Did
Like you look normal. You look great. You look real good.
From behind Lark, Tavia goes,
This is the pirate I was telling you guys about.
hi. Margot and Georgie, who were like off to the side, like whispering in like urgent hushed tones back and forth to each other, stop and go, hi, welcome to our home. Margot goes, you're not gonna like set anything on fire, are you? And Tavia just kind of stops and looks at them, looks over at you guys. Didn't have it in the old agenda, but I can Strike it out. Argo goes, great. Yeah, you should do that. Welcome. To be just. Brr.
Please
Okay,
don't,
all right.
Please don't light anything
I-
on fire. My sister
I was not
won't
planning on lighting
survive.
anything on fire. I swear.
Okay.
On, I
Sorry.
don't know, something. No, it's cool. I can stand outside if you guys don't
No,
want me
please come in.
here.
You can sit down on the couch if you want. You can sit down.
Okay.
And everyone can sit down. We can have brunch like we were planning to.
Great.
I'll bring the parfaits over. Camille goes,
I'll help you. And Lark follows Camille.
oh, sure. I think once they get into the kitchen, I think Camille's like setting all of them like on a nice little fancy tray, all of the little like huge martini glasses that are probably like like fancy plastic that came from El Cafe or whatever the name is of that place. Looks over at Lark and goes, hey. How are you feeling this morning?
Camille,
Yes.
I think we might be about to do something illegal.
That's terrifying coming from your mouth. Sure. What exactly are we doing?
I guess we'll find out.
Huh. I think she grabs your hand. I think she brings you over to her caboodle and she like pops it open and she finds the space where exactly like your shade of like concealer is, because you've been up all night, right? So she goes and like starts like, I think you can tell from the way that she's operated with a lot of other people around in her life, like grooming is also like a way of like she kind of like shows love as well. So this is very much like her like come here and let me like take care of you, but I'm not taking, but I am taking care of you. Come here. And she's like gonna like conceal like bags under their eyes if they've been sleeping up all night. What made you decide that you wanted to do something illegal?
Well, I spoke to the king.
Oh. And
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I know people are afraid to talk about it, but your flowers are very pretty.
My
I can
flowers?
Oh, you don't know? Okay, sure. I think she like opens the compact for you to look.
Oh, crumbs. Okay. That's too many.
Too many? I could adjust. We could adjust. It's all right.
Oh, yeah, they get very violent.
Oh, if you
Yes. It's fine. We're going to brunch. We're going to brunch.
well, yes, brunch is here.
Yep.
I have.
How are you?
Oh. Oh, sure. I think she like was reaching for like deep into her bag for like a hat or something, trying to find something to like. I think she pulls one out, but it's like a bright pink like beanie that's her own personal like hat. And she like puts it on the table and kind of pushes it over.
That's lovely. What is it?
It's a hat. It's a beanie.
For your
a beanie?
head? For your head?
I mean, what else would you put in there? Lark, I can't put any. Yes, of course. It's for your head. Yes. Do you not when you're cold and you go outside, do you not have anything to cover your? Here, try this. I think she goes ahead and like puts the little hot pink beanie on their head, like shows them in the compact.
It's like a big sock.
Yes, exactly. Whenever you're having a bad hair day, or it's cold outside and you want your ears to be covered, or you have too many flowers that you don't want people to know, it is a great cover-up.
A weenie?
Beanie.
Bean.
Beanie. Yes, of course. Yes. Sure.
Okay.
I can get some for you in other colors if you like, but I don't know The pink kind of suits you in your with your blush.
Really?
Yeah, I mean you brush a bright pink all the time, so it kind of just looks. It's very endearing though. That's sorry. Well, you asked how I am.
Yes.
Truthfully, not very well. I'm not doing the best, but we move on. You know, it's okay.
You missed Oliver.
Yes. It's hard sometimes operating in a world where people don't really understand you or the way that you move all the time. And Oliver understood me. I mean, look around the room. Everybody here in this room has a title and something great attached to them. And everything that I have, my family works very hard for, but it's I don't know how to explain it. It's why I make sure I look the best every time I walk outside. Or try to make a name everywhere I go, so people know that you are worth something. But it's nice having people who understand you without all of that. I don't know if that's making sense.
That makes sense.
I think I am very happy for Oliver that they have chosen a life that is better for them. And I know what I'm about to say is selfish. I have a bit of experience of people picking better lives without me in it. So it feels like I've been left alone for something better. That is selfish. I am genuinely very happy, but you know, what can I say? I love my cake and I love tea. How are you feeling about everything?
Camille, I don't think you are selfish. You're one of the most generous people I know with your time and skill and friendship.
Thank you. I think you could see, like, at the end of that, she was, like, struggling a little bit with, like, her mouth kind of forming, like, a C with, like, we're going to say, like, Crown Lord, or if she should go to say, she's, like, stuck between the two. She just decides to just close her mouth. Thank you.
I'm no Oliver, but I would be honored to know you as you are, without the coat you put on.
I think, you've brought up a very good point about not being able to take away parts of yourself. So I would love to show you who I am with and without the coat. And I would love to know who you are with and without the crown. So
Right now I'm wearing a beanie, so
yes. Very dashing. Yeah. Well, we've spent quite a bit of time here, but I appreciate that. Islam. Okay.
I just got a fresh set of nails, so could you please pick up the tray for me, please?
Yes, of course. Leaps for the tray.
While this conversation has been happening, Luca, Aelia, and Elise, and Tavia, but I'm Tavia. What have you guys been up to?
I think Elise probably brought like bouquet of flowers as like a little like thank you for hosting kind of gift.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of I brought this thank you for
These are
welcoming us to your
so
home.
pretty.
Oh yes, I thought they were nice when I saw them in the shop, so I just thought I would grab them. Do you have a cup or a vase I can put them in?
Somewhere. Yeah, for sure.
I could also just kind of fill up like the
No,
sink
I got
and
it.
just let them soak. In there.
Georgie, where is the
Huh?
vase? The vase.
Kind of like, it scrunches their nose at you, looks at the flowers. Oh, here. And we'll like root through like 3 different cupboards for a second and nearly drop a couple things before finally pulling out a vase. Got it. Here. Yeah, I can handle those. Thank you. That's really nice of you. Thank you.
Yes,
Archivist.
Oh, Elise is.
Oh,
fine.
great. Okay, cool.
Yes. Thank you for having us in your home. I don't believe
Yeah.
you had
Looks
much
at you,
prior
Luca.
notice, so thank you.
I had all the time in the world. I'll like take it and kind of step off to the side and start arranging it. Just kind of looking over your shoulder and just, well, I mean, I hope that, the walk was, I know we're not like, I hope the walk was fine. It looks like it was gonna like rain out there, but then it didn't because it doesn't here. So.
Right. No, yes, it was a very pleasant walk
Great.
over.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah,
Then everything is perfectly normal and fine then.
it is, and it is.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a
I'm gonna
big day.
trim
Georgie
these
took the day off work,
I
which
did.
never happens, and Margot did too, but that
For
happens
this.
more often.
I did it for this.
Mm-hmm.
No other reason.
I'm also someone who never really takes a day off work, so
Yeah, we know that.
know how
too.
monumental that can be.
Yeah. I not how I thought the day was gonna go, but good all great, all good things. All great stems,
Right? Yes.
kind of like steps back and starts like very like abruptly cutting the stems on these flowers to get them in the vase.
Your sister
and I think
is great at her job.
from Margot's place, like half slumped against the wall, they go, "Thank you." Oh, are you talking about
You-
Luca?
I was, but I'm sure you
Oh.
are also great at. What do
Yeah,
you do
Margot's
again?
rides the
I'm a trick
dragons.
speaker.
Right, that is right.
Yeah.
Yes. Then you must be really great at your job because we
Thanks.
have good dragons here.
Yeah, we have great security here. About
You guys
everything.
want to play Uno?
I do not
I think
know what that
I-
is.
Here, like sitting on the couch, I think Tavia like leans over to Aelia and like hesitates and like clocks that it's Aelia, and then is it just me because I don't know these people, or is this like really visceral?
No, the vibes are insane right now.
Okay,
I usually
it's like bad in here.
I have a lot of like hostessing experience, and it's taking everything in me not to like,
I feel
because
like we
I don't want to
should
be
open a
presumptuous,
window
but
for some
also
reason.
it
I
kind
just
of
feel
does feel.
So like we have to get something out of here somewhere, but that's presumptuous of me.
I don't really know what to do, which
Great.
is a first.
Great, cool, that's fine. And I think it's about this time that Lurk and Camille come in with the trays.
Lark walks in with a hot pink beanie and a tray of.
Alia's eyebrows hit the ceiling. Like, just-
Oh, that's cute.
I think Lark's ears are like folded over, so just like sticking out.
It's a baby. Oh.
To me, it just kind of gives you like an appreciative look that's very clearly trying not to laugh.
What?
Hmm?
Yogurt.
Yes.
Yes.
Yogurt.
Have spoons. Here we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys can all kind of settle down with your parfaits and your yogurt. And despite their mental breakdowns they're silently having, Georgie and Margot are playing very good bartenders and bringing screwdrivers now as well, and sometimes just straight shots for anyone who wants them, and mimosas that are a little heavier on the champagne than you'd probably expect.
Champagne poured in a room where an orange was present, you know?
Yeah,
the orange
yeah,
was
a couple of
there.
those. Yeah.
I think
But
Locke
yeah,
is drinking a lot, but is also kind of like
Hey!
slowly vibrating with like the need to
Sure.
speak, but keeps like that eyes keep looking at Margot and Georgie. Like,
Yeah. I think
think
Elise
Camille.
sneaks a shot.
Elise takes a shot?
Distracted. Sneaks one.
Hell yeah!
I think Camille eventually, like after a couple of mimosas come through, she looks at Luca and goes,
Are we going to have the space to speak, alone eventually?
Well, why do you want to speak alone? Like with all of us here?
Yes,
the
all of us
sensitive-
except for your sibling.
So the thing about that is that I did okay, so guys, like I'm really not good at keeping this to myself. Not to myself, but to my sisters. And so they know they can hear it. They can actually. My older sister probably doesn't want to talk to you, Lark. She gets a little
Locke drops
nervous.
the glass that they're holding, shatters.
With a natural 20, Tivia reaches out and grabs it.
"Whoa!"
Smooth as fuck. Oh god.
That was really good
Fearless.
reflexes.
Thank you, Pirate King.
When you
So
say that
they
you
know.
told how much is
Not every- So a fun fact about me, my parents walked off the face of the planet when they started dreaming a lot, and so my sisters are really like stressed out about that type of thing, and so I felt it would be best to tell them because they know things that I don't know, and they're really smart, and so I just
What did you say exactly?
I told them what the dreamer said to me.
all right.
in my vision that I had. Is that all right? Yeah, it's probably like
Excellent, actually.
I mean, it is yours to tell.
Wonderful.
Your
Of
vision
course.
is yours to tell. So yes,
Right.
no problems.
I appreciate what decisions you make, Luca. Okay.
thank you.
I do think
They're
that
not
is a
gonna tell
cat that
anyone.
Can't put back in the bag. Are you sure?
No.
Are you certain?
It's
Luca?
totally fine.
Isn't your sister is Inquisitor? Like, aren't they like sworn?
Isn't Lark the crown lord?
right?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
We're working on the legality stuff. Your sister is sworn to Ambrose.
The
king!
Camille, that's a very good point, actually.
Okay, don't start ganging up on my sister just because she's sworn to Ambrose, okay? First of all,
I think you
that is
actually do
not-
hear a glass break in the kitchen.
Oh,
Technically, by working here, we all sort of are. So let's
And
not
that's
overreact
true.
too much.
I work for the Crown Lord and a lady.
Is that
that's
yes?
okay, well, she's not. She's fuck. Georgie, are you okay?
There's like a pause, and then Georgie like pops her head and goes, "Hi everyone, I'm great. Why?"
I just heard we heard the glass break.
Must have been outside.
I think Alia's like, okay, I can't do this anymore, and is just gonna like get up and be like, and we'll start like cleaning up the broken glass because she's like, I need to fucking do something right now.
Character
Yeah.
question, real quick.
Mhm.
What's the rules with Faye and Charming?
Speak more words, because I don't know. I
If
don't know
you
what the question
charm
is
my
yet.
sister, I will jump you in my house.
Let me tell you something. So, elves, Eladrin cannot be charmed.
So true. Georgie and Margot
Are not either
elves.
of these things. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Any other
no.
questions?
I dare you to cast a spell on my sister. I freaking dare you.
Keep your mouth shut.
I can't do that.
I don't have that spell. However,
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Camille could learn a spell.
I am
No.
1, the son of an archfey, and 2, I do have an ability where I can like face step and charm people at the same time.
That is true. I believe that only lasts, if you're talking about the autumn face step, I believe that only lasts for a minute.
Okay.
I believe.
Is there a
but
way I can bolster that with my own magic?
Tell me more.
No, don't.
Is there
I guess my question
any...
is, are you hoping to do more of like a suggestion type thing where you like suggest a really good course of action or change the way someone feels about something, or are you trying to like memory blip?
I think my intention is to do a very like charming prince smooth over. Nothing's the matter.
Okay.
It's all good.
I mean, I will say you could also, so I would say that's in like calm emotions territory spell wise, but I remind you, you also have your feet, heir to the oaken throne,
Yeah.
where you have advantage on persuasion and intimidation checks if you kind of find a way to casually remind someone that you are the future king. You don't necessarily need a charm spell for this if you're looking to just get them to like chill out and shut up.
No, I'm looking to kind of convince them that like, no, that's a big over dramatization of actually
Right.
what's going on.
That would still fall under this, I would say, if you want to talk your way out of it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's probably fine, right?
Yeah. I believe in you.
I don't.
Do I get advantage because of the beanie?
Well, no, but you get advantage because of your feet.
I can't. Then fine. I don't.
You don't need beanie advantage.
I think you know what? I think Locke
Mhm.
tears off the beanie to reveal the crown underneath.
Oh, shit.
Drops it in the middle of the table and like pushes back from the table with like a scraping of this chair
Yeah.
and stands up.
Georgie,
I'm
like,
just
looks
doing-
at you.
Have a word.
Looks at you, Luca. Looks back. Of course, you can, Prince. Not Prince. That's a James slip up. Crown Lord Lark.
Blend.
Great. Looks at you, Luca. Looks back at Lark.
Like puts a guiding hand on both of them and kind of like let's go into the other room.
On Luca or on
No, on the
Georgie
two
and Margot?
sisters. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, you can easily kind of lead them into the same hallway they were in a few moments ago if you'd like to. Or are you stepping like outside? Like, what's the move here?
Just I think probably into like a living room, like an area that feels
Sure.
like safe.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely you can do that. You can lead them into like Georgie's little study.
Sure.
Great.
Yeah.
Kind of,
Hi.
are you like closing the door behind you?
I think I am, but like I'm sure they were
Uh-huh.
going to rush up to the door and listen in anyway, so it's fine.
I think they both like look at each other and then look at you and very clearly school their expressions. Hi,
Hi.
what can I do for you? What can we really do for you, Your Highness?
How are you both?
They're
You know, long night. How are you? How are you doing?
Also a long night.
I imagine. But Georgie is not talking. Georgie is looking at you silently, like a child with authority issues who feels like they're about to get in trouble.
Do I pick up on this? Like,
Oh, easily. Not without even a check. Easily.
I just wanted to check in. I was sensing some panic. And I feel like I may be at fault for that.
But no.
Right. You see, Luca has been helping me with the investigation I took on a couple days ago.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't quite understand the level of which these circumstances personally affected Luca and you both, your family,
Right.
until very recently.
Mm-hmm.
So, I do understand the panic and the worry. You must be both very worried.
Margot, like, looks at Georgie a little bit and, like, looks at you. Sure.
What is this energy? Like,
I think, like, Georgie has a we're getting in trouble, this is it, we're fucked kind of, like, energy. I think Margot has a like, I'm gonna stand in front of you kind of energy in the way that Margot does with both of their sisters. And also a little bit of, like, I understand that someone needs to say whatever it is you want to hear right now, so I guess that's gonna be me, but I don't know what it is that you want me to say yet, so I'm just gonna rock with it until I figure it out energy.
okay. Can I use the feat or the skills I have, or just pure insight in terms of, like, what direction should I lead this conversation to temper emotions as quickly as possible?
Yeah, make me an insight check.
That is a 19.
19. I think what you are kind of picking up on based on what, like, you know, they know, and what, like, Luca has talked about, and the history that you know. I think what you are kind of gathering at this point is that to, like, deny this is true is only going to confirm to them that it is true. And really the only thing right now that's going to change the energy is to somehow convince them that you have a handle on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
So, the avenue this investigation has led us all down is an area you are well versed in, I imagine. More than you would like. Maybe not so well versed, but experienced.
Familiar with, maybe.
Sure. I want to give you my solemn oath as Crown Lord that I am being very careful of where this is going, where it might go, and who may be impacted. And I know your sister being involved is a great concern to you. But I will not allow any harm to come to her.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, thank God, I'm so persuasive. 26?
26. Yeah, I think there's sort of a beat, and then you see Georgie and Margot kind of, like, exchange a glance in a way that, like, I think you would know is, like, them having a very quick silent conversation. And then when Georgie looks back, she kind of that is relieving to hear as a sister. As an arcane inquisitor, I guess my question for you is, how can I help, and what information needs to not make it back to the gate? And I think in this moment you can see, like, something in Georgie has gotten a little colder, but she's with you.
Until I have the necessary pieces For everyone's safety, this cannot go further than where it has currently.
Okay. Yeah, we can make sure that happens. Your Highness, Luca is amazing in a lot of ways and good at a lot of things. She also doesn't know everything yet, and, you know, I'm sure that you will come across a lot of information and a lot of things. I guess, if I can, I would just ask that, knowing the stakes and what we have already lost, before you do anything big, you consider whether or not it's safe for her to be there too. That's all.
Yes.
Good. And I think Georgia kind of drops your gaze, and you see something shift in her expression, and I think the expression that she looks up with at you with is much stronger and there's like a fire there, and I think what you read unsaid on her face is like good, threatening. Like, good because I'm fucking watching you, basically. But she doesn't say it. She just kind of gives you a look, and then right, well, we can get out of your hair if you would like some privacy.
I would evacuate you from your own home. You've been very kind in letting us brunch here.
I think looks at Margot. I think maybe we could do with a walk anyway.
Well, we will not take up much more of your space or time.
No worries. Kind of like looks at Margot, and they kind of like nod at each other a little bit, and then we'll. If you need anything, there's more champagne in the fridge, and we'll be back. So.
And if you need anything or if you have any questions, I ask that you come to me.
Will do.
Thank you.
Of course. And I think the two of them very awkwardly kind of shuffle out of the room and like walk through the main area, and I think like Margot exchanges a glance with you, Luca, that doesn't really say a lot, but I think Margot intends to be reassuring, and the two of them walk out the door and they leave.
Locke sits back down.
Everything all right, or?
I think the number one thing to be aware of right now is that anyone informed now of what is happening is complicit in a level of treason I don't know how far it spreads, and is also in danger. Do you understand?
Why didn't you start with that yesterday?
We did talk about it. And I mean, the dreaming literally said, if we tell anyone, they're in danger. We literally talked about it right before you went upstairs, Luca. You asked me if you should tell your sisters, and I said no.
It's that selective hearing towards voice.
Sure.
Well, I hope you're listening now.
I am listening.
What is done cannot be undone. So I think we move on now and we figure out the next steps. And we realize that the situation is perhaps more complicated, but also that we have gained two potential assistants or allies in this, which is not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay. I did speak to my father in between last night and now. And I believe much of the story we were told yesterday has a substantial amount of truth to it. I'm also aware that there are many different interpretations can be gleaned from this. What is clear to me is that there is a significant danger and threat posed to Everglen as we know it and the people that live here, should the dreaming achieve what they are setting out to do and open the gate.
Well, what's the danger then?
At best, a complete change in life as we know it. At worst, the complete destruction of life as we know it.
Well, I don't... Is that what the king said?
Yes.
Did you ask them about his part in things?
Yeah.
What did he say?
And to be clear, I don't believe he is aware of how much I know. But it was more than I have ever been privy to in my lifetime. I can't wrap my head around many of his reasons and justifications for doing things, and I can for others, but I do believe him when he says there is a risk to us. We have a very limited amount of time in which to evaluate and decide whether we stop what is happening or allow it or find something in between.
I think that a good next step might be trying to learn more, anything that we can about the nature of that risk, if what the dreamer said and what your father said is true, and the dreaming and Everglen were one thing, then, well, perhaps the Archdruidess of some assistance. I don't think that a source of magic like that could be so fully erased from Everglen that it wouldn't leave some kind of a mark that she wouldn't know anything about.
Well, supposedly the magic of Everglen itself is in part what is keeping this wall intact.
Well then, they might know something. And they might have additional information. Recall a different version of events with the battle with the Jabberwock than you all do. Perhaps she saw something that could help us. Well, and at the same time, kind of nodding towards Tavia, we did have an arcane inquisitor, and we have her belongings. We have notes from someone who was investigating this very matter, and perhaps by following in her footsteps, we can, I don't know, glean something else.
Anything I have is yours. Kind of like, I slide over to Luca, and I imagine, like, the coat that is probably still draped over a chair and goes, clearly.
In my research about the dreaming, it has been very hard to find much of anything at all. Which I want to say that if you feel that your father is being truthful about events, I don't want to negate that or contradict that. I'm just saying we are going in with very little information, and any information we do gather is going to be hard to verify. I have access to 2,000 years of records, and I have found next to nothing about these.
If it's 2,000 years worth of records, how are you
Big.
able to go? I mean, how are you able to go through it all in just 8 hours or a couple of days? I mean, if you would like, I could come help look through some of those records. I haven't been to the library in a moment, so
I mean, yes, of course. Everyone is anyone is welcome into the archives to come look for things. I have worked there for 483 years, so I have a good layout of things, and I there is very well something I could have missed, yes, of course, but I do have a fairly firm.
I don't
understanding
doubt.
what it-
Sure,
No,
I
yes,
don't
of
doubt your capability. You're very brilliant.
But no, if
person,
you would
it's
like to come back to the library and look around, you are always, all of you, more than welcome.
As much as we need to spend this time, obviously, corroborating information and accounts, we must also simultaneously even figure out what tools or options are available to us if we do need to stop this. Because I don't believe the king himself could quite. Now that they have Threadweaver, I don't know if he could do anything. Or at the very least, I don't. I fear the measures he would take. Which is my largest reason for not speaking to him about what we know.
Elise, in your research, is there any additional information outside of fairy tales? Anything concrete about Threadweaver, about its abilities, about the circumstances required for its use?
Yes, I have found a little bit. I know that to use it, it requires a very great sacrifice, which is why it is something that is not used constantly to continuously alter reality by those who have it. I know that it also is not always a sword, but can be a staff or a bow. So if you don't need to only be looking for one weapon. It takes many forms, and kind of like tugs absent-mindedly at the sleeve that's covering the name, still written. It is very powerful, and I believe I know who had it. before Ambrose.
Oh,
So it's might be worth a chat, but it is
The
not
arch-
a chat I look
the
forward
Archduke,
to.
right? Archduke
Yeah.
or the Viscount?
Viscount.
Are you talking about Alexander?
Yeah,
Viscount,
my bad.
I believe.
The
It was the Viscount, yes.
yes. Yes. Viscount
course it
Alexander,
was.
yes.
Yeah.
So you can. But you see why there is perhaps trepidation.
Yes, with him we must be very careful about what we let on. He is very close to my father and has kept many, many secrets for him.
Did you perhaps get any information about how the Viscount acquired these weapons? I have found some records, but it is I don't. The paper trail is hard to follow. Guess I could say.
Out of character, it was in King Asher's possession and then stolen, and then the Viscount kind of negotiated with the people who stole it and was able to get it back.
That is the story of events that
That-
Ambrose has given
yes.
you. Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. Yes, fascinating.
I think Camille. I rolled a. Can I roll to see what Elise is tugging at?
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Come on. I'm gonna roll up.
What is that? Would that be like an investigation or insight? What is that? What is that?
I would say probably perception if you're just looking.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna performance. To be like everything's fine.
Sure.
If that
Yeah.
works.
Okay. I got an 18.
I also got an 18.
Is it meets it beats it? Or is it?
I will say, because this is not a DC, this is a contested roll.
Right.
So
okay,
I
okay.
think
Do you want to roll
I
these
think
it? If we want.
you could. You could
wanna
roll
roll?
this. You
Roll
could
is it
roll
just
off
see who
if you
rolls
want
higher?
to. Or I could just give you some. It's up to you guys.
Oh, yeah. You're the one digging. You decide. Do you want to roll?
off. Roll off.
Roll.
See what
Okay,
James
roll
just
off.
says.
We'll
Okay.
roll off.
Great. Do a roll off. Flat T20s.
Okay.
Oh, I got less this time.
Me too.
I got 16.
I got an 11.
Mm. Then yeah, I think there's like I think you end up doing a double take. You like look over and you're like, oh, that's weird, and then you look and you just see like a little bit of pen poke out, and at least very quickly covers it.
Whoa. Are you doodler? You doodle on your arm.
Sometimes I use it to take notes, actually, because I am always around papers that I cannot write on because it is in books and that is a sin. So
Got it. Understood.
sometimes write on notes and things to remember.
Oh.
Is
Important things?
I think so. Can't have you can't forget peanuts when you need it for dinner, so you need to write that down to remember.
So you wrote peanuts?
No,
your
but
arm.
that is an example of what some things
sure.
that I would write. Yes.
Of course. Insight check.
I would say this insight check is with advantage because you already kind of got a whiff that something's going on here.
Yeah. Oh, I can't math. 14 plus 8, 20, 22?
Got a 9 for
Oh.
whatever, no matter what. So
I see. Yes. The good old peanuts on the arm, of course. I think she like bites it back and just like she notes it for later and just of course.
Well, Luca, I am sorry. I reacted so abruptly. Of course you would have wanted to tell your sisters. I understand. I have half a mind to call mine and get some advice, but I know the position they hold within this court, and I know the danger that lies in involving you all in this.
I can't take it back, but I don't know. No, I wouldn't have been able to keep it from them.
That's all right.
I just can't.
And Camille is right. We have potentially two valuable sources of information and allyship, maybe.
They're very valuable.
Oh.
But I agree with Elise, yes. That is correct, yes.
You're not mad at me. It's okay if you are.
No.
Okay.
Locke, I do want to... You are not the one involving us in this, and I hope you know that. You did not handpick a team of people to venture with you. We all kind of got... We started having lunch a day, and then things kind of got out of hand from there, so whatever happens is not on you. I hope you are aware of that.
Yeah, no, it's not your fault.
And then a pirate broke in your room.
Right.
That is true. Which is very rude, and you should not break into people's rooms. Wagging my finger.
Oh, that's true. So maybe Tivia's the only one we dragged into this.
I mean, in fairness, I kind of dragged
They
Lark
sort of
into the breaking into the room.
In and
That's
yes.
true. So you're the one
Which
who's
is
been dragged
now
into
you're
this, Lark.
literally dragging me into things, but that's fine.
Regardless,
Kind of like payback.
I am aware of my responsibility. And that is just a fact. Yeah.
It is not just yours to bear alone.
Thank you.
I think here, Tavia kind of like leans forward a little bit and looks at you guys and reaches down and grabs probably realistically someone else's mimosa that's just been on the table and just kind of like lifts it and goes, well, to Treason.
Oh, I don't know if I can toast to
Come
that.
on!
Locke picks up their glass and thinks to Via's and says, to Treason.
Oh, think. And I think that, my friends, is where we're gonna leave Reverie for the year. Thank you so much for joining us. Just a reminder, we'll be back on January 10th. Until then, have a great holiday. Have a great rest of the year. And until we see you again, sweet dreams. Good night.
Bye.